disempower men. I think we need to be very clear about that. And so if we can, so how do we frame this to ensure that men and boys are allies? Because this is about equality. It's how can we also create opportunities for women and girls to thrive, for girls to be able to complete, secondary education and potentially university education, for girls to be able to get access, to STEM, and also work in spaces where, often, generally male-dominated sectors. How can we ensure that women and girls get access to healthcare? How can we, and in doing all of this, we all stand to benefit as a household, as individuals, as a household, as communities, as nations. Because, like I said earlier, if you look at just the amount that can be saved, if we're investing, if we close the gaps, then it's a huge one. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, we do agree. We need more male allies to obviously have this conversation. Now, in reality, a lot of the things that we experience that has to do with leveling the playing field and giving more opportunities to women is deeply rooted in our culture as Africans. No matter how educated a woman can be, she's always one way or the other, limited because of her gender. And, we had talked about that about patriarchy, talked about opportunities, more opportunities given to men. In addition to that, I've come to find that from experience, a lot of times when we have conversations around gender empowerment or women empowerment, sometimes it comes from a place of privilege, from those of us that are, educated, who understand these things. And in a way, neglecting this grassroots demographic that do not understand because there's this thing of culture. And over time, there's a lot of shifts that goes on, and us influencing our culture by having conversation as well as implementing actionable strategies. Now, going back to Charles, Plan International does a lot in the remote villages. And so I believe Plan definitely interacts with a lot of women in this grassroots demographic. What do you believe can be done to provide opportunities, more opportunities, actionable opportunities? The reason I say that is we're really pushing for women to be able to buy land, right? To have control over land. And I can see from debates where maybe not for the enlightened ones, but a woman somewhere in a village somewhere can say, oh, I want to buy land. And I can already imagine the kind of feedback she would get, not only from male counterparts, but even so from other female counterparts as well, because there's that pushback. So looking at what Plan International is doing, what do you think can be done to provide these opportunities in a way that it's, I would say, fighting back on culture, but most of all, just giving them the chance to have a better life and a better future?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'll give you a little experience. So last year, I had the opportunity to look at one of the data which is produced on quarterly basis, and any of you can check it online. It's produced by IOM, the International Office for Migration. And what they do is they produce this data that is called the Displacement Tracking Matrix. You can read it online. And what they do is that every quarter, they check the level of displacement of people across Nigeria. I checked one of the quarters last year, and in a 3-month period, over 760,000 people were displaced within the North Central. Now, looking at the data, I found out that 76% of those were women and girls and children. And so it brings to fore the reality of what we try to engage with when we say, equality for women, gender-based violence, and all of that, because women take the hit. Women are at the forefront of every dysfunctionality and anomaly we see in our communities. Let's take that. It is facts. It is not being sentimental. And that is why, picking from what Michael said, at community level, the first thing we try to do is to allow men and to ensure men are the champions. Men are the ones talking about this. And that's why at this point, I'm leading Plan International as the country director, even if we're totally focused on girls and women. So it's about men speaking, so that it doesn't construe that gender is a female thing. And that's why, when we talk about equality, we share all the roles, and then we allow the Ministry of Women Affairs for women, as if that's the only thing women can do. No, women can also be anything. And so at community level, we as men champion this. That's one. Men talk about it. Boys, promote positive masculinity, and which means fighting for and discussing the issues, unpacking the issues around women equality. The second thing we do in communities is creating safe spaces. And what does safe space mean? A safe space actually supports women to build alliance, to also strengthen their collective agency. And what do I mean by that? You find women who are gathered in the same space, being able to talk to each other, are able to now express themselves better. And that leads us to a form of development which Amartya Sen described for us, which he calls development as freedoms. And so, when we talk about economic prosperity for women, we must push for the concept of economic freedoms. For women in communities to be able to choose the kind of economic activity they will get involved in. I'll shock you with a little experience. In a far place like Pulka, many Nigerians sitting here will not know where Pulka is, or Goza. Goza is a local government in Borno State, where we have thousands of people displaced. Plan is leading the implementation and support to people displaced there. We created this concept of economic freedom, and we allowed women to choose what they want to do. I can tell you that one of the first mobile phone repairers we have in Nigeria is a woman. She's based in Goza. Because when we gave them the opportunity, she said, what I want to do with my life is to learn how to repair mobile phones. Right now, she has a shop. She's overwhelmed, and she's training other women on how to repair mobile phones. But let me throw this question to you. If we sit here, over the years, what we will do is to sit down and we will leave men to pick the kind of economic activities they want to do. And then we will decide for women what they do. Women should go and sell green leaf. Women should sell tomato. Who told you that every woman wants to sell tomato and green leaf? Who said that? And so our experience from community is that women also have creative ideas of how they can generate income for themselves and what sort of economic activities they will do. There are a lot of young women in this hall. It will shock you. Ask them what they want to do, what kind of business, what kind of economic activity they want to get involved in. It will shock you. But many of us will always itemize, go and open a salon. And so, who told you that that's all women want to do? Our experience in communities is to create what we call economic freedoms. And then we also talk about special protection for women, special protection. And we must compensate women. In the climate change discourse, we talk about compensation. We talk about rich countries compensating poor countries for the level of devastation they have created over the years by their level of industrialization. There's validity to that argument. In the talk around Black majority lives, we talk about compensation for the white majority countries in the North to compensate the Black majority countries in the global South. There's validity in that. Why? Because of the years of denials. So why is it a problem when we talk about compensation to women who have been denied their rights over the years, over centuries? So there needs to be a legitimate concern for how we compensate women economically in every sphere of their socioeconomic lives at community level. What does this mean in real terms? I'll give you an experience. Nigeria has signed the VAP law into bill. The VAP law is the Violence Against People's Act. It's law, but it's at national level. In most states, it is not applicable, not to talk of local government, until we apply those policies at local government levels, where a man or a woman or a group of men carry out any form of discrimination or abuse on a woman, the law should be applied in its full extent. At that point, let's not begin to talk about religion and culture. There is a law that protects women. And we must apply that law. And that's what we've done in many communities. We've trained men, we've trained traditional leaders, we've trained women to understand the provisions of the law. We've trained policemen, we've trained civil defense people at community level so that when there's a violence against any woman, they know what the law says. Ignorance of the law has denied a lot of women justice at community level. And for us in Plan, that is another thing we actually promote. Finally, one thing we do at community level is to, what we will say in Nigeria, shake the table, how we dispense access to livelihoods in communities. So when we want to share or give access to livelihoods, food, economic resources to people who have been displaced or in communities that are poor, we want to give handouts or whatever. It is common practice to say, let the heads of the households come. And usually we're referring to men. For Plan, we don't do that. For Plan, the head of a household is a woman. And there are evidence for why it is logical to use women as heads of households. One, the issue of denial. Most times, women do not eventually see or have access to the resources that are provided to the man on behalf of them. When you hand it directly to the woman, she has control. Secondly, a man at community level may have 3-4 wives. So when you say, as a man, come out to represent your family, which of the wives and her children is he representing? But if you say women as head of households, even if there are 4 women, each one is a household. And then when you give her access directly, it is reaching herself and her children, even if they're all from one man who is their husband. And so that for us is a game changer. Women are seen, are perceived, are recognized, and are engaged with as heads of households, not wife of somebody else. She is a head of a household. She may have a husband, good and fine, we thank God, but she's the head of a household, of her children, and that is what we prioritize. It is part of our programming implementation, and I can tell you that many international organizations in Nigeria also promote that kind of attitude. In that way, no woman is left behind, and that is the agenda for the SDG. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Plan is truly shaking tables. So we're running out of time, but I just want to take this last question to Naomi. Now, Naomi, we know that most women fall off before entering the boardroom due to many factors. In your experience, just in a few seconds to a minute, what are these factors and how can they be mitigated for women across all sectors?
Thank you, Sheila. So, yeah, quickly, there are a lot of issues that affect women when they're from entry level up to the boardroom, but I'll just highlight 4. So the first I'll talk about is the difficulty moving from the informal to formal sector. So statistics have shown that women in Africa disproportionately occupy the informal sector, just like the panelist from Plan was talking about. Although women entrepreneurship across Africa is really high, Ghana has the highest of 46% of entrepreneurs. Women business owners are more likely to be in the informal sector rather than the formal economy, where wages and worker protections are higher. You know, the difficulty can be attributed to issues around the fact that jobs that are historically and predominantly occupied by women are not formally recognized, as well as the lack of equal access to capital, you know, like investment and business loans for women. Women business owners. So for women business owners to be able to really scale their business and move up to the formal sector, they need that kind of support. Secondly, I will go to the issue of unconscious bias. Having few women decision makers entrenches biases that shows up in the way that, I don't know if I'm being heard. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, there was noise on the background. Yeah, so having few women decision makers entrenches biases that shows up in the way that women are compensated and treated in the workplace, in addition to the way women's work and accomplishments are viewed. So we can see stereotypes and biases around women's strength in the workplace often have a way of sidelining us, employees, and keeping us in administrative and low-paying positions. For example, in our continent, about 60% of women on executive committees have staff rather than line up roles and functions where successions and promotions to CEOs opportunities may fall in. For example, like human resources that have like with due respect, less influence on the strategic direction of companies. So it's important for us at this point to know that the unconscious bias is not limited to men alone. We also have women. We also have these unconscious biases that result in us limiting our own prospects and potentials and making it difficult for us to network and really grow in a direction that we want. Then thirdly, I'll look at the lack of flexible working options. Thankfully to COVID, things are really flexible these days, because before a significant, and even now it still does exist because it's a journey, a significant number of workplaces do not account for needs that are specific to women. For instance, you look at providing flexible working arrangements and spaces for nursing mothers and women who bear the responsibility of taking care of their family and domestic level. So companies are typically more attuned to male needs because of deep-seated societal and cultural values that men be the primary caregivers as opposed to women. And then even though they have both full-time working jobs. And then I'll touch on unsafe work environments. Women really do face overt discrimination and harassment in certain cases, even violence when working in male-dominated industries, such as you look at the mining, the extractives, construction, IT, and the STEM. So these are other industries where women are disproportionately affected and at personal risk or disincentivized to join. And this leads to lack of women occupying these spaces and positions, many of which are really high paying. So now the big question is, how can this be mitigated? I would say that for us at the UN Global Compact, gender equality is very core to the work that we do, because we consider gender equality as a human right issue. And the 99 targets of the Sustainable Development Goals are tied to human rights. So we see it as first and foremost. Now, about a decade ago, the UN Global Compact and UN Women established a set of 7 principles that empower women in the workplace, the marketplace, and the community. So these principles now provide a holistic approach on the impact of gender equality in the workplace, ranging from establishing high corporate leadership for gender equality to addressing issues of fairness and women's health and mental well-being. So if businesses begin to adopt these principles and not just adopt it, but make sure that they implement it, we'll be on the right track of bridging the gap and helping women from the entry level and helping them to harness their potential up until the board level. So when we look at protecting women in the workplace, creating all these flexible working option, ensuring that they thrive regardless of the particular sector they find themselves, we'll be on the right track towards really helping women grow in the workplace.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Naomi. Now, Naomi mentioned something unconscious bias, and that is something that has somehow come up a few times. And just rounding off with this question, going to Hansatu, I saved the last question for you. How do women, obviously with WIMBIZ, you work with a lot of women in leadership, so how do women in leadership, or women in general, fight against unconscious bias that could come from men and their fellow women?
I think one of the things we try to do is, first of all, you need to build the confidence and the communication capacity of women, because, again, we can't escape the unconscious bias. But what we have come to realize is that there are certain competencies and leadership skills that need to be imbibed in women. And just like I said, with all the things we do, whether it's networking, whether it's advocacy, whether we're inspiring them, we also try to rope in women to serve in various capacities on committees, just to be able to build that, to interact with one another, and to draw one or two things from each other. But I think another thing that women are able to do within our space is that they don't just build their capacity, they actually bring something to the table. When they give you a seat at the table, you need to use it effectively, so that it's not a token kind of opportunity that you give women, but they're actually contributing significantly. And we have seen it in so many corporate situations whereby, even in COVID, whereby it would be the woman that was maybe on the boardroom that gave a suggestion that was able to turn around things in that organization and moved them from whatever they were facing into profitability and return on investment. And I think another thing that we do to also sort of address some of these biases is that we use a lot of data. It is important to use data to speak, just like you said, even when you're looking for male champions, some ways that you have to convince them through logical explanations, using data, showing them practical examples of what is feasible. We will see, as I round up, because I know you are pressed for time, that in one of the sectors, which is the financial institutions, we see that they're one of the most successful sectors in Nigeria. And when you look at the leadership skill, whether it's entry level, mid level, senior level, board level, and now even getting into the chair level of boards, women have been put in these places. And you can see what is happening in the financial sector in terms of return on investment and in terms of profitability. They're one of the most successful organizations, because when you put women on the table, we're not putting women to compete with men, we're putting women to complement what the men are doing. And by complementing what the men are doing, we're able to look at things representing the over 100 million women in Nigeria. We're able to speak on their behalf and bring in suggestions that move us forward as a nation.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for joining, for coming on this panel, including Naomi for joining us virtually. And I'm hoping that we've all taken actionable points from our conversation today. We do apologize that we're not able to take any questions from the audience. But again, the speakers are readily available today, so you can walk up to them and ask any questions during the networking session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Please, let's clap for the panel. Let's invite our CEO to join them for a group photograph. Very important picture. This is the true meaning of gender equality. A woman had asked me once, say, what's the meaning of gender equality? And I told her, I said, your guess is as good as mine. That's balance in guessing. It's good to smile. The World Bank smile will help us. Thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for our panel.
Please, a round of applause again for that wonderful session. The issue about gender empowerment can't really be overemphasized. But the way we're also talking about women, we also need to say a lot more about our men. When the session was going on, I was thinking, as a woman in finance, broadcasting, and business, what came to my mind is, you can imagine if Wonder Woman and Spider-Man goes into a business, what will happen? For those of us that are, that watch cartoons, you should understand what I mean. If Wonder Woman and Spider-Man goes into a business, what will happen? Or is it like Iron Man? But that's, I was like, okay, great things could happen. That's just what we're talking about in a nutshell. So please, a round of applause again for that gender empowerment session. At this point, we'll get into before we get into the next session, which is the youth development session, we'll just take a few seconds to play this video. And I hope that the studio is ready with the video. And okay, just joining us now, let me announce the arrival of Dr. Sarah Alade, who is the special advisor to the President on Finance and Economy. She is representing the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. Welcome, Dr. Alade. It's good to have you. Okay, at this point, let's quickly take this video, and it's talking about the beach cleanup by Sterling One Foundation. So, studio, over to you. Thank you.
The problem of waste as we have it now is that the waste is there. It is out there. It is in water, it is on the seabed, it is at beaches, it is in rivers, it is in our gutters.
Lagos as a whole has over 20 million residents in there, generating 13,000 metric tons on a daily basis, of which 17% of those are recyclables.
The quantity of waste that is being generated worldwide is over 300 million tons. But Nigeria contributes about 42 million tons of this annually. That is from the 2015 data.
We find out today, 80% of the waste that go into the water is coming from the land. So that's why we have to come let them know, don't allow these waste to get into the water, because by year 2050 now, based on the estimation, instead of it bringing out fish from the water, it's going to be plastics. So that's why the awareness has to start now. And this is the only planet we have. We don't have any other planet, and this is time for us to restore our ecosystem.
The cleaning of the beach is not just meant for the government or a subset of people, it's for everybody. We have to keep the beach clean and take it as our own beach. We don't want to buy a fish one day. I will open the belly of a fish. I will find microplastics inside the belly of the fish. I hope we won't get to that point. And there's a survey that says very soon, maybe 50 years or more from now, you end up seeing more plastic in the ocean than fishes.
I want to think of climate action. I want to rephrase it to climate opportunity. Because I think people need to see that it's not all about just giving. It's about turning it into opportunities for revenue creation, for wealth creation, opportunities for job creation, opportunities to lift people out of poverty. So every time we talk about climate action, let's think about the part of it that meant that it's actually solving other problems beyond just the climate.
The Beach Cleanup Initiative was a cost raised on the Giving.ng platform, which is a crowdfunding platform for social impact initiative. It is geared towards improving the quality of life, so life above water and life below water.
Reason for this initiative is two-pronged really. One, to impact the environment. Two, to improve livelihood. Because the people that we gather together and empowered to clean the beach, they're paid. They're also taught how to make a living out of recycling materials. Nobody can do this alone. It's a big project. We have to work in partnership with several other groups.
We are privileged to be part of this project and to have these partners, and we're looking towards getting more partners to join us, because the problem of the environment is the problem of everyone. The challenge of the environment is a challenge of everyone. All of us need to arise and take ownership and do our bit, either financially, either as volunteers, or either as corporate partners.
But see, clean it, then doesn't clean it. Nísìnyí ó wà òkè, a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín, a dẹ̀ dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ tí àwa tá à ń ṣiṣẹ́ náà àti ẹ̀yin tẹ́ gbé iṣẹ́ yìí fún wa. So a dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ yín pé beach ti wà òkè, bá ó dẹ̀ ti neat.
I said cleaning the beach is a very good idea, and I would like them to stop, because it will make this place more okay. So I think we should continue to put more effort.
2 years back, sometimes when I'm done with work, I come down here to relax, and though the place is always dirty, but for a while now, the beach is very conducive, very okay for one to relax, because it's always clean. So when I come to the beach and I see the place clean, I feel more relaxed, because if you go to a place that is dirty, I don't think you want to stay there for too long.
Every one of us have to support and to make sure that the environment is clean. Because you cannot stay in your house that you will not clean your house. The moment you can clean your house, you have the opportunity also to clean the environment.
A dúpẹ́ ní owó tí wọ́n fún wa. Owó yẹn náà dẹ̀ tún bá nǹkan míì tí a lè fi ṣe.
I appreciate yín gidi gan. Torí tẹ́lẹ̀ báyìí máa ń ṣe gbogbo àwọn lẹ́yìn tá bá ti ṣà pẹ̀lú cake pẹ̀lú everything. A máa ń rí mọ́lẹ̀ ìyá àti ẹ̀mọ̀ pé kí yẹn gan tiẹ̀ máa ń dowó. torí kéèyàn gan tẹ́lẹ̀tẹ́lẹ̀ kò kí ń jẹ́ kí ilẹ̀ yẹn ká lè rí ilẹ̀ yẹn rì mọ́lẹ̀ dáadáa.
We discovered that most before now, what they do to their waste is perhaps they will dig the ground and they will put their waste into the ground and use the sand to cover it. Secondly, we noticed that they don't do anything called sorting. The recyclables and the solid waste, everything come together as one waste. And so all of those things were challenges that we saw before we came in, and that we're introducing to them the next level. And the next level is sort your waste from source.
One of the things that the project is aimed at is to teach everyone, no one is left out, how to sort out their waste at source. That would help Loma to manage our waste better, and the waste channels that these deaths come from into the ocean will become bereaved of any plastics at all. If you sort yours and I sort mine and this community sorts theirs, then everybody's waste is well sorted, and we will have waste to wealth and waste to health.
So Recyclers is an organization that is passionate about social change. So
About 10 years now, right? The beach cleaning exercise is something that it would have been strange if Sterling Bank wasn't there, because it's a perfect fit.
Please, a round of applause for Sterling One Foundation. We'll continue with that in a bit. But right about now, we'll go into the next session. We're supposed to have the session yesterday, actually, and it's the Youth as Development session. The session will be speaking about youth development, empowering young talent for wealth creation. At this point, let me bring in the moderator for this session, Shubomi Shofowora, who is the Brand Marketing and Program Manager, Flour Mills, Nigeria, to come on stage so that she can invite her panelists. Shubomi is a brand communication and sustainable development professional with over 10 years of experience in different capacities. Prior to this role, she worked in the advertising industry for 6 years, where she managed accounts of various leading brands across different sectors. She's also, at a time, worked with Food Concepts PLC. She's the founder of Woven Impact Network. Please, a round of applause for our moderator. And just before that, we also want to acknowledge Emeka Ofo, who is here in our midst. He's the acting Executive Secretary of the NIPC and the acting CEO.
Thank you. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for that kind introduction. Is anyone joining virtually? Okay. So thank you so much for that warm welcome, and thank you everyone for being here on day 2. It was quite an interesting time yesterday, and we hope today we'll be able to have some engaging conversations. So we'll get right to it, because we've been given just 30 minutes to run through this panel, and we hope we're able to crunch through the topic within that short time frame. So I'll be introducing the panelists that we have here with us today. First on the list here, we have Olakpeju Ibekwe, who's the CEO of Sterling One Foundation. Also here with us, we have Bosun Tijani, who is the CEO and co-founder, CC Hub. Femi Taiwo, is Femi here, Executive Director, Leap Africa. We also have Adaora Ikenze, Head of Public Policy, West Africa, Facebook. I think she'll be joining us online. Also with us, we have Pearl Uzokwe, who is the Director, Sahara Foundation. I hope she's able to join us online as well. Also here, Olayinka Makinwa, the Head Competence Center, Delegation of German Industry and Commerce in Nigeria. Wow. So we'll just get right to it. And thank you so much once again for our panelists. I know this session was meant to happen yesterday, and people have had to move schedules to be able to make it today. Youth development, right? So this panel session would basically be talking about empowering young talents for wealth creation. And expectations at this session is not just to discuss problems, but to gain exclusive insights of the experiences of our esteemed panelists, and then come up with clear strategic solutions, thank you, towards achieving a sustainable, youthful economy. So first and foremost, we'll run through the panelists to give about 2 minutes, a 2-minute remark on the theme of this summit in itself, which is Rethink, Rebuild, Recover, Accelerating Growth for the SDGs, and how this relates to youth development. And then we'll spend the next about 20 minutes in a deep dive on the different questions that we have for them, and wrap it up, all within about 30 minutes, hopefully. So I'll start with Peju here. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Shubomi. So for me, in view of the fact that Africa has the youngest population globally, the subject of youth development is something that is critical, and every government has to take as priority. Now, what we're doing, I believe everyone here is doing different things, but my priority is it is more time for us to collaborate more, set an agenda, agree on a budget, and work towards it systematically. So I'm sure by the time we're doing this panel, we'll be hearing what everyone is saying and what they're doing in their own areas. But my priority is for us to collaborate, identify agendas, and set them and work towards achieving them, with focus on not just the urban youth, but especially the rural youth that need to be skilled. Like we had at the panel yesterday, that not everyone needs a formal education. We need carpenters, we need drillers, we need tilers, and these skills are getting extinct. So I think it is critical at this time for us all to set this agenda and work towards it systematically. At the Sterling One Foundation, we recently partnered with the Whitefield Foundation and the Coca-Cola Foundation to build the capacity of 60,000 youth across Nigeria, where they were taught vocational skills, employability skills, and business skills. Some of these youth have started their businesses and are making money. And the conversation that the MD of Sterling Bank mentioned yesterday, we cannot be talking about eradicating poverty if we're not talking about building wealth and prosperity. Yes, we're doing that, and our desire is for such initiatives to be scaled across the continent. So I think for youth development, we should prioritize how we can build wealth for them, and that is what we're doing at Sterling One Foundation, and we're looking for more partners to join us in that light.
Thank you, Peju. Quite profound. So, Bosun, your thoughts?
My thought, I think it's apt actually. Peju, you should pay whoever came up with that Rethink, Rebuild, and Recover. Pay them some more money, because I think it's absolutely on point, and it is on point because when you think of Nigeria as a country, but probably the entire continent, there's something we know, which is the fact that we're extremely blessed people and nation. We're blessed with a lot of resources, and we've always known that, but I don't think we've made the most of it. But we're living at a time where the biggest factor or driver of economic prosperity in the world is actually something we're sitting on in Africa, which is a lot of young people and a lot of talented young people who naturally are inclined towards using technology. And we know that today there's absolutely no nation in the world that can develop without technology. So you do need that manpower to be able to build a stronger economy. And I think that's what we have on the continent. So it's an exciting theme, which I think, if possible, Peju, we should have a manifesto that is coming out of this gathering that can inspire a movement on how to truly change Nigeria for good. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. At the Delegation of German Industry and Commerce, for us, one of the biggest challenges has been to help reshape the concept around vocational training and the importance for vocational training for any economy. If you think of Germany, for instance, Germany isn't built against the bedrock of university degrees, but actually blue-collar jobs. So what we have been trying to do is to advocate for vocational training and skilled labor, because that's how you really build an economy.
Thank you, Olayinka. While we're waiting for Femi, I want to confirm, is there anyone joining online?
All right. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I think the theme is very, very spot on. A lot of organizations have been working to serve young people and develop young people. I mean, Leap Africa is going to be 20 this year. We've been working with young people for the past 20 years. Youth Hub, I think 12 years. Yaga, 14, 15 years. Quite a number of youth organizations spread across the length and breadth of Nigeria. But if we aggregate the quality work we've done and the impact, we're still scratching the surface. And so when I think about the theme, I'm thinking about how this nation and this continent can really rethink and accelerate its most important resource. And I think it has not really sunk into people's mind, especially quite a number of the leaders, that our greatest asset, our most important competitive advantage, our unique selling proposition are young people. And unlike other asset classes or other natural resources, let me use natural resources, which are just dormant, waiting to be developed, young people have agency and are already doing things for themselves. They can do things for themselves. All we have to just position is how do we ensure we don't stifle them? How do we ensure we enable them and catalyze what they are doing? That's all young people are looking for and that we should be thinking about. So for me, it's about how do we really rethink, how do governments, how the social sector, private sector, but I would say how can we get government really to rethink? Because just like I started, even when we collaborate within the social sector, even in partnership with the private sector, many of the lessons we've learned, which can be catalytic, needs to be mainstreamed in policy and mainstreamed in regular practice for the regular young person out there. And we need the weight of government. So I would say, as we're in this election cycle and we'll be having a new administration, one of the things that we should be rethinking is, can all the commissioners of youth and minister of youth be young people? I mean, that shows that we're serious. Can we get the best of us to serve the rest of us? Can we get the best of young people to develop the policies of young people? Imagine Bosun being the minister of information or data or digital. Imagine how transformative that would be, right? So those are some of the things I want us to talk about, and those are the things that came to me when I'm saying rethink, rebuild, recover. Thank you.
Thank you. Very, very apt what you've said, and just latching on what you've said about coming up with transformational initiatives and government putting policies in place to ensure that there's an enabling environment for youth to thrive rather. I'll pose this question to Olayinka, latching on that. So how do we advocate for and implement systemic change in the economy to support youth groups and have them ready for entrepreneurship? And what roles do you think collaboration will play? And who do you think should be at the forefront of this?
Thank you for the question. I'll circle it back a little bit. At the Delegation of German Industry and Commerce, we've been in Nigeria for about 40 years. Obviously, our primary objective is to support German companies on ground and facilitate trade between Germany and Nigeria. Now, in Nigeria, we have quite a number of German companies who've been present for a really long time. And one of their biggest challenges has always been the fact that they don't get highly skilled laborers. So typically in Germany, of course, you draw from the pool of vocational training and apprenticeship programs, whereas in Nigeria, you have people starting in certain trades without the theoretical or practical knowledge background. So German companies have been complaining for a really long time. So what we did as a delegation is to set up vocational training programs where we brought in experts from various sectors and set up different vocational training programs. We started training in the fields of industrial electronics, industrial mechanics, technical facilities management, and put vocational training programs together that are of a dual nature. So a very strong emphasis on theory, but also on practice. This has proven very, very beneficial for the private sector, since we took on youths that were unemployed or perhaps within the market already, but lacked theoretical and practical knowledge to actually really make a valuable contribution to the organization. Now, one of our major challenges has been the fact that companies are very skeptical when it comes to investing into the training for their beneficiaries out of pocket, because in most European countries, you have a system where vocational training is part of a public-private dialogue, and the funding for this is also heavily subsidized by the public sector. In Nigeria, apart from the fact that there aren't really strong policies, there is very little to no financial contribution from the public sector to support vocational training or trainees in organizations. If you think as an organization, you're investing ₦500,000 into training one trainee per year, ideally you'd have at least 10, 15, and once these trainees have been trained, typically they leave your organizations. Whereas in other countries where there is a structure around this, you have them with you for 3 years, it's very difficult to just jump out and move to a different organization or to really advance without having made a contribution to the organization. So one of the challenges that we've really seen is the fact that there aren't really structures in place here. There is very little to no financial support from the private sector for trainees and for organizations. There's very little to no incentive, and there's very little to no loyalty either. So we've been collaborating very, very closely with the private sector, but also with important institutions like ITF or our partners, GIZ and SECWA, who have also started dialoguing with the public sector and also getting NBTE and other international stakeholders involved to help create a structure around vocational training that really benefits every single stakeholder involved.
Thank you, Olayinka. And I like that you touched on vocational training, and I think that's one area where we're also struggling within sub-Saharan Africa. So you find out that there are these jobs out there that require certain skills, but everyone is focused on, just going to university to get a degree, and there's, and that's part of why the polytechnics were also set up in the past. But you find out that because there's really not much gratification for those kind of jobs, you find out that everyone wants a white-collar job. And I'll pose this question to Femi, because based on what you guys are working on in Leap Africa as well, how do you think these can be addressed? And what opportunities do you think are out there that the youth can latch on to be able to find the space within the vocational sector?
Okay, I will answer it this way. So we don't directly work in the vocational sector.
Okay.
We, as part of our programs, help young people understand that there are different pathways, on the path to becoming productive economically. And I think that's very important, because one of the mistakes we make is that we try to force things down the throat of people that we're trying to support. So what we do is that we help young people understand themselves, understand their aspirations, and then help them understand that there are different pathways in the world. University is one pathway, and there are even different ways to get a degree beyond the traditional way it. There's the vocational pathway, there's entrepreneurial pathway, and these are the different ways you can navigate it. We try to help them realize the fact that these are some of the growth areas and growth industries. The creative sector, what opportunities are available to you there, the agricultural sector. And more importantly, because one of the major places we do this work is in secondary education. And let me explain how critical secondary education is in Nigeria and on the African continent. Statistics shows that only 1 in 4 or 1 in 5 young people would ever get higher education. So the vast majority, actually, their formal education caps at secondary education. But the reality is that the quality of learning, the quality of things they've been exposed to has not adequately equipped them for the realities of life post-secondary school. And they're not able to navigate themselves from that point, whether through self-employment, entrepreneurship, or other forms. So for us, it's about helping to make secondary education work and helping to advocate for what a quality secondary education program can be for the continent of Africa and for the country of Nigeria. And that would also include a strong vocational pathway, very strong and very ambitious. So it brings me back to the rethinking. The solutions we need in this decade, given the rapid growth, population growth, the solutions we need in this century has to be ambitious and catalytic. Very ambitious and catalytic, I tell you. If we're really serious about maximizing this demographic dividend, it has to show in the policy, it has to show in the national ambition, the national vision, it has to show in the regional ambitions and in regional visions. And I dare say, we have to put young people at the forefront of it. Because a lot of efforts, LSCTF, GIZ, every one of us doing great work, reaching hundreds of thousands, 200,000, I see those as experiments to get what works. But we've done a lot of that, we know what works. CC Hub has been doing great work. We know what works. How can we move the needle? How can we stop telling time, like they say, and start building the clock and really mainstream these things in national policy, in national programming, in educational curriculums? That will be one of the major ways we can address this.
Thank you. I like the word ambitious and catalytic solutions. And if each one could come up with systematic approaches towards tackling these burning issues, then there's so much more that we can do. And I'll move to Bosun right here. I see the great work you're doing at CC Hub. I know you've been working with innovative youth over a long period of time, and you've worked with quite a number of startups in supporting the ideas and bringing it to fruition. I'm also aware that you as an individual as well, when you were in the tertiary institution, you were also a member of one of the leading student-run organization, ISEC. So at CC Hub, how easy is it for youth to access funding, which is a critical issue? So we might have all these solutions, we might have all these ideas, but money is required to actually scale up these ideas. So how easy is it for you to access funding for the innovative ideas? And what do you think they need to put in place to access the required funding to scale their solutions? Thank you.
Thanks, Shubhami. It's an interesting question. Money is, you mentioned system. There's a system that is responsible for how money is made, but also redistributed as well. And I think, for us to fix access to funding for creative ideas and startups, we do need to have a good understanding of how to work with our system. I think the starting point typically is you find access to early stage capital is actually in the way of countries like Nigeria being able to help unlock more capital for those who are building creative ideas. So what I mean by that is, if you look at what's happened on the continent in the last probably 10, 12 years when it comes to funding startups, we started from a point where global capital didn't find technology in Africa attractive. But I think about 6, 7 years ago, we got to a point where the quantity of money that was available was too much for the deals, the pipeline. So we didn't have enough companies to access the quality of the money that was available. So you had people who wanted to invest, $2 million, $10 million, and they couldn't find the right companies to take down. But what changed is that the awareness of the potential opportunities that exist within technology startups became a lot more ubiquitous. So I'll give an example. When we started CC Hub, a lot of young people were coming into CC Hub, and we couldn't help them with money. People needed just $5,000, $10,000. And I remember going to Mr. Ilumelu, back in the days, I think it was 2012, and we pitched the idea to him that, since you have a foundation, why don't you consider funding some of these guys up to $5,000, and let's see what they can build. And he accepted. So we did 20. So we actually funded 20 people. Budget was one of the people who got that 5K. And a lot of the companies are today, some of them failed, but quite a number of them are successful. So that program is what led to what is now Pan-Africa, which is, I think it's called TEEP. That was where the idea came from. And to what Femi was saying in terms of how social organizations can actually be the test bed for a lot of ideas that we can scale. So that's an example of what changed. And beyond that, you've also seen that on the continent, the pool of angel investors is also increased, right? Technology started disrupting, even the banks now want to sort of support innovation where possible. So the pool of funding for early stage ideas is increased, and that's why we now have a pipeline of organizations that can attract more funding, which is why, Nigeria today, I think we're probably number 1 or 2 on the top list of countries that gets the most of the funding for startups in Africa, significant amount of money in $1 billion. So what we can do, borrowing from that example and the growth, and Femi mentioned it, the reality is that we have examples of good things that's happened in this country. The problem is that we need to find ways to get the public sector to learn from those things, but also then scale them. Right? We've seen great examples of how you fund business. UWIN was also something that was extremely successful. A lot of people got funded from UWIN. A lot of companies from that program still exist till today. So if we unlock and open the tap for more early stage businesses, most of them will fail, but a good number of them will become successful. They'll be able to pull in foreign direct investments into the country, but also create massive job opportunities as well that we can give to the young people that we're talking. So I think it's really commitment. We know what to do, right? And Nigeria is one of the destinations. We have the talent, we have the market, everything is there. The government just needs to boldly invest in enough capital for the early stage. It may look like a waste. My journey into innovation started in Europe. And what got me into CC Hub was when I saw how much money the European Commission was investing in innovation annually. And a lot of it, they don't care whether it fails or not. But that's where their competitiveness is coming from. Absolutely no country in the world can move forward without wasting what seems like a waste on early stage innovation. Because the more you pump into it, the more you're going to see bright ideas coming out, and the more you can protect your economy in the future.
Thank you, Bosun, for that. And that just got me thinking. I know it's usually like a funnel. So you have maybe like 1,000 projects that are funded, and then by the time you get to scale up stage, it's reduced to it might just be more than 10 projects at that time. And that brings me to think of sustainability. So beyond getting funding for these projects, how can we ensure that there's sustainability? And this would be like a two-in-one question, because I would also want Femi and Olayinka to also, give their thoughts on these, just very short thoughts. So looking at this and everything that you said, technology is very key in even achieving the SDGs as in totality. Do you think that Africa should make digital skills a compulsory part of the curriculum? And do you opine that these skills will be critical for wealth creation, looking at what you all currently working on and with the experience that you've got, in just very succinct answers?
If you want a succinct answer, yes. I'll say, do you mean that question?
I mean the question.
I'm sure no one in the room would imagine that, yes, we shouldn't prioritize technology education. I think there's no one today that can imagine that. And if you're one of those who think it's not essential, I'll ask you to look on yourself how much tech you're carrying. Right? How much both hard tech and also digital tech you're carrying. Whether it's how you do your communications today, we're now a lot more connected to people all over the world thanks to technology. Whether it's the way you do your banking, right? Most of us, still a few people can do banking. Maybe in Nigeria where you still have a lot of branches and people going into brick and mortar banks to do transactions. But there's the bulk of what we do today that is now digital. Healthcare is also going digital. If something is wrong with you, most people will go today and Google a potential problem before they even seek help with their doctor. So it's a fact, the world is being disrupted, and this is what I say when I get the chance to say. The reason why Africa will still struggle is that we're not owning a lot of the innovations in tech. Even when these innovations have been made by our people, the people funding them are foreigners. And the reality is that the source of competitiveness of the world is going to come from who owns these things at the end of the day. Because if these companies make money, it's going to go back to the US and go back to those destinations. So those countries will continue to be rich. Because it is essential that there's nobody. Like a lot of us can't do without companies like Flutterwave or Paystar today if you make payments online, right? Those guys are running our economy, right? A lot of the technology businesses that you see. So there's no question as to whether we should train more people. If we want to go anywhere, if we want to even be a country that is sustainable in the next 5 years or 10 years, we can't do without it. So it has to be in the curriculum. We have to encourage it. We need to change our attitude, not only to the Ministry of Science and ICT or whatever we call it now, but also the Ministry of Science and Technology. Because more than ever before, science and tech is showing itself to be that essential driver of growth. If you speak to economists, they will tell you about Cobb-Douglas theory, right? Where you can talk about production, factors of production, you talk about labor, you talk about capital. But the countries who actually survive are those who introduce technical efficiency. And you can't introduce technical efficiency without science and technology. So how do you want to grow any economy without prioritizing those skills? It's not possible. As long as we don't, we're kidding.
Yes, we need to prioritize them. Olayinka, your thoughts on that as well?
On sustainability?
Yes, on sustainability and embedding technology and digital empowerment in our schools, particularly the secondary school. How is it important that we embed this in the schools, and also in the projects that you are working on? How do you think this can then scale up youth wealth creation?
So I won't speak about schooling or digitalization because I have no idea about the Nigerian schooling system or digitalization, but I'll talk about some of the projects that we're implementing and the problem of sustaining them. So typically when we work on projects, we do that within a specific time frame. So we get funding, whether that's funding through partners or through the German government, to implement programs and projects. And most of our challenges stem from the fact that it's difficult to plan long term. And so even though we set up structures, it's really difficult to ensure that they still exist once the project has run out, simply because people don't typically take ownership of projects. So that's one major issue. One of the challenges that we've also faced is the fact that curricula are typically outdated. And so we work with curricula that is perhaps 10, 15, 20 years old, and we have to kind of like renew and update that. What happens to the training approaches that we did develop and the curricula that we set up after the project? There isn't ownership over that. In most developing countries, such as Germany, you have institutions that are responsible for making sure that curricula is constantly updated. In Nigeria, that doesn't seem to be the case. And so we do work with outdated structures, with machines that are very old as well. Also, what we have experienced is the fact that sometimes when we do buy equipment and machines, they aren't maintained either. There isn't a lot of knowledge as to how to repair and maintain them. And so 5, 10 years down the line, they aren't usable anymore, even though they have a lifespan of typically 50 years. And so we are faced with various different challenges. What we have been trying to do is to set up structures together with partners that are local and also the public sector, so that we can make sure that we work with partners who can manage that long term, but that has been very challenging for us as well. In terms of the role of technology and digitalization, within our organization, we set up a department, Innovation and Startups, that specifically focuses on technology and digitalization. And we've run coding programs and digitalization technology training programs together with schools to support women in coding. So that's a specific program run together with secondary schools to expose Nigerian youth, particularly girls, to coding and technology, and that has gone really well. But again, these are projects that we implement with German money, and that is always, it runs out. And so the idea or the question is what happens once donor money runs out, if there isn't the private sector that takes it up as its own and runs with it.
Thank you, Lainka. I hear that Pearl is now online. So because we're rounding up, we have just about 5 minutes to close this particular session. Hi, Pearl. Thank you for joining.
Good morning.
Good morning. Okay, so can you just quickly share with us how can we advocate and implement systemic change in the economy to support youth groups and have them ready for work or entrepreneurship? And what role do collaborations play in implementing these strategies?
Thank you so much for that. And I'm smiling as I say this because I see so many of our implementing partners across the panel, actually from Sahara Foundation. And with what the last speaker was saying, I think that's where we come in as Sahara Foundation, being the personal and corporate social responsibility vehicle for a private sector organization like Sahara. So Sahara Foundation really just takes, I would say, SDG 17 to heart, which is just partnering for the goals. We're incredibly aware of the fact that the challenge ahead of us is significant, and we simply cannot do it on our own. Partnering isn't something that we shy away from. And what we've realized is that to basically bring about the kind of systemic change that you require, it needs a top-down approach. You can't do it on your own with the private sector just working in silos. So if I take, for example, something that one of the panelists spoke about yesterday, is trying to get together or using your convening power to get the various multi-sectoral partners together. So you might have heard about the private sector advisory group. And what that means is that you're getting in key private sector players, you're getting in members of governments. We have the representatives from the Office of the Senior Special Advisor to the government on SDGs, as well as civil society. So what you're wanting to bring about is, for example, policy changes, one that is advocating for, let's say, just focused on 12 years of education, free education for children. And then with something like that in place, then you're looking at ways to, again, systemically get private sector players, public sector players who are interested in education to basically bring about the change in a way that is scalable and ensure that there's consistency in the approach. Whilst we're waiting for this to happen, I can speak about some of the initiatives that we've carried out with partners across the room over there. We've decided that we're going to focus on STEAM, deciding that this strategy is going to work because this is where we play in as an energy company. And it's been phenomenal. Like the previous speaker was saying, pardon me, we have carried out a science, technology, energy, arts, and math program across Nigeria, Uganda, and Kenya. And that's saying that we see that there's a gap in this field. We understand that the world is moving at rocket speed. We understand that our youth can certainly benefit from our contributions in this area. We're working with multi-sectoral players to, in essence, infuse this learning in a way that will hopefully move the trajectory along as it concerns technology. And the results are speaking for themselves. This is one example of what I would encourage across the field. So essentially, it's to ensure that you get the various players who are going to be required so that you are not left at the mercy of changes in the system, for example, that would not favor the efforts and the capital that's been put into it in the first place.
Thank you so much, Pearl. Great work you guys are doing at Sahara Foundation, and would love to see more. So latching on what you've just said, we have very limited time. I'm sorry we can't go through all the questions that we've put up together for today, but I'll pose this last question to Olakweju, who is our convener as well. What is Sterling One Foundation really doing, towards youth development? What projects are you working on? And what are the plans to take this project from beyond the shores of Nigeria to other African countries?
Thank you very much, Shubomi. So at Sterling One Foundation, we prioritize youth development. And I think I mentioned earlier, our desire actually is to ensure every Nigerian and African youth is empowered, whatever empowerment might be, to ensure they are able to pay their bills and ensure that they're able to meet their economic and social needs. And that we go beyond the physiological needs of food, shelter, And we go on to other, self-actualization needs. Right now, that is a dream. And we've started working on that. I mentioned earlier that in partnership with Sterling Bank, Coca-Cola Foundation, and the Whitefield Foundation, we empowered 60,000 youth across Nigeria. And beyond that, a total sum of 30 million naira was given out in grants. So it was not just about teaching them the skills and giving them the required education. They were also given seed grants to actually start those businesses. And beyond that, there's also the capacity building continues, because everyone that runs a business, we know that the learning cannot stop. The market is dynamic, you have to continue the process. And we're leveraging on Sterling Bank's The Business Hub. The Business Hub of Sterling Bank actually has a solution that gives basically free banking for any startup for 3 years. And beyond that 3 years, you actually get regular capacity building. Now, when it comes to rethinking, I am of the view that we need to look at what is the human resource that Nigeria and Africa requires in the next 50 years. We should not be operational about it and just saying, okay, what do you want, what do you want? I think maybe we want to have a desire to say you want Nigeria to be the digital hub of the world and position our country or this continent to serve the future. And what that does is, and this is not just digital in the digital space, how many doctors do we need in 10 years? How many doctors do we need in 40 years? How many teachers do we need in 30 years? This is the time for us to start building, because education and youth development is a waiting game. It needs patient capital. And we need to decide and agree what we need in the future, and on the basis of that, start building today. If we are just saying, okay, yes, all of us are doing stuff in the youth space, but what does the future hold? This is the time to plant those seeds.
What does the future hold?
This is the time for us to build. So I think it's for us, both the public and private sector, because the private sector are the ones that need the human resources. What do we need today? What do we need tomorrow? At the panel of the education panel yesterday, most of the panelists were saying they have to retrain the human resources. When we decide what we will require in the future, or how we want to position ourselves as a country or a continent, then we have to now come up with step by step how many children have to become doctors, not just leaving it to chance and someone is going to read Yoruba. Yoruba is a good language anyway, but someone is going to read Yoruba or jam someone and they just give me. I think as a country we need to be strategic about the resources we require and work towards it.
Oh, thank you. Latching on what does the future hold? What next? So I'll just run through the rest of the panelists just to give their thoughts, their final thoughts on what does the future hold? What next? What next? In 1 minute. Basu.
We have to invest in our people. That's what I believe the future holds. We need to invest in our people. We need to take our education system really, really seriously. Our tertiary institutions need to also understand that the country is where it is today because of their inaction. And I'm not talking about the ASU strike, right? Every developed society is a product of the quality of thinking that goes into the society. And academic institutions naturally lead the thinking for a society. Academic institutions today are only teaching people to go into workforce. They're not generating knowledge to help drive that society. So we need to invest in them. We need to think more R&D. Once we do, I think once we fix that, you see better quality individuals and you start to see more people also creating solutions to our problems and you see a stronger Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. What next, Olainka?
For us as a delegation, what next is that we're focusing currently a lot on agricultural vocational training. So we are training within the agricultural sector, and we are also going into training for green jobs. So here we're looking at renewable energy and the vast opportunities that that presents for Nigerian youth.
Thank you. What next?
Yeah. When we want to address systemic problems and drive systems change, one key word is what is a point of entry where we have a lot of leverage. And education is probably one of the most critical areas where we have leverage to turn things around. Just adding on what Bosu said, beyond the quality of tertiary institutions is understanding the importance and the value of secondary education and really seeing secondary education as what it is and what it can be and investing heavily in that. Secondly, which is what we are doing, is we're investing into the ecosystem. The question of sustainability, like that you asked earlier, and the question of catalytic solutions lies not in individual actors, but in ecosystems. So, for instance, the recent Nigerian Youth Future Fund that was developed in partnership between Ford Foundation, Mercator Foundation, and Leap Africa, seeded initially with $5 million, is focused more on enabling the youth development ecosystem so that the ecosystem can drive the change and the agenda and the advocacy that is required to move things forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Pearl, what next? Pearl, we can't hear you.
Apologies. Okay, here we go. So I think we all realize that there's a gap. We all realize there's an urgency. We're living in a world where the fourth and the fifth industrial revolution are already happening. We have to deal with this ticking time bomb regarding the youth population, as we've often thought and spoken about today. I like the topic and the words that have been used for this convening, which is a rethinking. And in thinking about that in final words, I'm absolutely convinced that investment in STEAM is certainly one of the ways to go to try and fast track this. We know that we have a literacy issue in the country. Looking for a way to systemically bring about that change where we have changes that are basically implemented and supported by multi-sectoral partners, because that will still be fundamental, but also just really focusing on the way to infuse STEAM. It's something that we do through the programs that I've spoken about. It's something that we also are investing on in by way of entrepreneurs, social innovators across the continent. And that's something the Sahara Foundation is putting its money where its mouth is, investing in fellows across Africa. So just saying, if you have innovative solutions that are going to drive change in a sustainable environment, going to drive change in the area of access to energy, because we have such a strong belief that the best way to do this is to avoid initiating projects or activities that are going to require grant funding. We are way more invested in finding a way to support anything that is technology driven, ensuring that we build an ecosystem, an enabling environment to ensure that we have these innovators thriving, because we do believe in the power of the African youth. We know that we don't have the time, and we're saying, how can we support this? So you're doing the education. I know there's a lot that has been spoken about with tertiary education, but honestly, we still feel that catching them young and infusing this knowledge in them allows that spark to literally lighten them. We know that these youth, when given the tools, are able to go much further than we could possibly have seen. And that's the work that we've done successfully with STEM Cafe, working with Leap Africa, and we know that there's so many others. So this is in essence just saying a call to action to the various.
Thank you, Pearl.
Apologies, sorry. I think I was muted for a second. Did you hear that?
Yes, we did. We did.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to our very, very profound panelists for your time. Thank you for your flexibility. Thank you to the audience for being a very good audience and for being here day one, day two. This is a very, very important topic, and I think the conversation doesn't end here. It's something that should continue. And looking at the resource that we have, the youth, Africa youth is about 25% of the total world population of youth. And looking at the resource that we have, there's so much conversations, not just conversations, so much action that should happen in ensuring that we're able to build this resource that we have and build it not just for building's sake, but building it for Africa and developing Africa as a whole. So thank you so much, everyone. It's been quite an interesting conversation, and we'll wrap it up. Thank you for having us, and thank you for having me as well.
Thank you, please. Another round of applause for the panelists. While they pose for their pictures. Thank you so much. Africa is a continent, is a youthful continent, so it's high time we take advantage of. I dislike that word potential, and Africa has made me dislike that word potential, because everything about Africa is like potential, we have potential. When is it going to be actual or reality? I don't know. And I hope it will still be in my lifetime and not the lifetime of my children or my grandchildren. But another round of applause for the panelists. Right about now, I did say earlier that we have the acting executive secretary and CEO of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, Emeka Offor. Emeka Offor is driven by a passion to solve business challenges on a sustainable basis. He's a first-class scholar, trained in the United Kingdom. He has developed competencies and expertise spanning over 26 years in banking, corporate governance, research, negotiations, investment promotion, public policy development, and strategic communication. Mr. Offor is a conference speaker and a fellow of the Society of Project Management and Development Professionals International. Prior to this position, he has worked with leading banks in Nigeria at strategic levels where his contributions resulted in quantum leaps for the bank. Please, with a thunderous round of applause, can we welcome Mr. Offor to the stage for his goodwill message. Make it louder.
Good morning, everyone. Please permit me to stand on already established protocol. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the management and staff of Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, to deliver this goodwill message at the African Social Impact Summit. As the world recovers or attempts to recover from COVID-19 pandemic, it is important to evaluate and re-strategize on global efforts at driving impact investments towards attainment of social sustainable development goals. It has also become imperative to develop social impact policies that have impact on investments and businesses. The effect of COVID has increased the global shift towards services that have positive impact on the people and the planet. According to a study, about 90% of young adults state that they will favor a brand that supports a good cause over other brands of similar quality and price, and 51% of people worldwide will pay extra for products and services with positive social and environmental impact. So for us, impact investment plays a vital role in offering socially acceptable products and services capable of impacting on social welfare, environment, healthcare, education, and governance of the populace, as well as delivering on the SD goals. Let me delve in to talk about how it is for us at NIPC. We view impact investment as a means of developing social infrastructure, create employment, stimulate economic growth in Nigeria and the Southern Hemisphere. But for impact investment to thrive, there is need for stakeholders' engagement at regional and sub-regional levels to identify sources of funds and unlocking such funds to businesses, gathering useful data, is also very important, as availability of data will inform investment decisions and reduce fatality of businesses, especially at the early phase. Appropriate legal framework should be put in place to support private and public sector finances in infrastructure, as well as competitive bidding procedures, sustainable policies like contract agreements, dispute settlements, tariff regimes, and so on, and provision of institutional support. Nigeria, as some of us would know, has joined the global community in combating climate change through its signatory to an international agreement to reduce carbon emissions signed in 2015 in Paris, France, as one of the outcomes of the 21st United Nations Conference of Parties. It has also launched aggressive campaign to develop waste sector in Nigeria to meet the SD goals. Nigeria has a population of about 200 million, and about 34% of this population are youth between the ages of 18 and 29. The World Bank reports that a significant percentage of Nigeria's population are living in poverty due to lack of job opportunities. To help curb the menace of unemployment, government and private sector have come up with numerous schemes, skill acquisition and youth empowerment programs to assist the youth to cater for their needs. With such huge population of people unemployed, there is need for us to do more. As you may be aware, NIPC is the agency of the federal government of Nigeria, established by the NIPC Act of 1995 to encourage, promote, and coordinate investment in all sectors of the Nigerian economy. Two of the key statutory mandates of the Commission are first to initiate and support measures which will enhance the investment climate in Nigeria for both Nigerian and non-Nigerian investors. And secondly, to advise the federal government on policy matters and measures designed to promote industrialization of Nigeria or the general development of the Nigerian economy. In fulfillment of its mandate, NIPC is currently driving critical reforms to the legal framework for investments in Nigeria, with a view to attracting responsible, inclusive, balanced, and sustainable investments. We call it the RIBS philosophy, RIBS, with specific focus on the three pillars of investment protection, investment facilitation, and sustainable development. We are therefore delighted with the theme of this summit, Rethink, Rebuild, Recover, Accelerating Growth for SDGs, as this aligns with the current policy direction of the federal government on attracting sustainable investments that will not only meet the profit expectation of investors, but also meet the developmental aspirations of Nigeria. In addition to the quest for sustainable development, another key component of the reforms currently underway in Nigeria's legal framework for investment is the expansion of investment facilitation dimension of international investment agreements, along with the national investment legislations. We are therefore delighted to see comparison of impact of the pandemic in international markets as one of the discussions of this summit. It is my pleasure to introduce the summit deal rooms today, as it is a vital ingredient in delivering the goals of this summit. It is our hope and belief that the projects considered today will transform into signing of investment deals and MOUs. Investments are at the heart of what we do at the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission. And we believe that the youths have what it takes to drive the process with support from government and relevant stakeholders. We are proud to say that NIPC has what he calls a deal book, adopting the strategy of deal rooms as part of his strategy to promote and attract sustainable investments in Nigeria. The deal room provides an opportunity for investors and project owners or innovators to be in a room to discuss and pitch their ideas with the hope of attracting investments, financing and funding, technical expertise to drive the investment aspiration. The deal rooms provide an initial step to these investees to pitch their opportunities with a view to starting their journey and realizing their investment aspirations. We believe that this will go a long way in ensuring that those aspirations are realized and that there will be transformation in Nigeria's economic development. At this juncture, let me inform you of some of the services we can render to both investees and investors and project owners and stakeholders. We will assist investors at the Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission to navigate challenges in investing in Nigeria. There are challenges in investing in Nigeria. Our desire and aspiration is to help those who have taken the decision to invest in Nigeria to navigate through the challenges. And we do not forget to remind them that these challenges are in themselves opportunities. A lot of people have spoken to that effect in the panel discussions today and even yesterday. We will also assist with connecting prospective foreign investors with domestic partners. We will facilitate discussions with government agencies and policymakers, and we will assist investors with quality information to help them implement their investment plans in Nigeria. NIPC's website has a huge stock of relevant materials that will aid investors in their process or aspiration to make investment decisions. We will also facilitate investor input into the policy-making process. And when there are problems, as there are bound to be, our OSIC lab, One-Stop Investment Center Lab, will provide a platform for resolving challenges faced by investors on a case-by-case basis. We will work behind the scenes with other relevant agencies of government to ensure that the desired objectives are achieved. You can get more information on what I have just said from the NIPC website and other materials that you require as you commence your journey in investing in Nigeria. Before I take my seat, let me appreciate the organizers of this forum, of this summit, for putting together this summit. It is always nice to draw attention to critical areas that need the focus of both the government and the relevant stakeholders, both public and private. NIPC will always be ready to collaborate with the organizers to promote and showcase the opportunities in Nigeria. Thank you.
Another round of applause for him, please. Thank you very much.
Keep clapping, keep clapping. You know why? Because the acting executive secretary of NIPC has given us a hint of what would happen shortly. Ben, I don't know if you are going to be in the deal room, but you know one very interesting thing is that after the tea break, we'll be going on a tea break shortly. After the tea break, there will be a deal room right here in the room. And why is it interesting? We'll be having like a bank of investors. The bank has come to you, especially to those that will be pitching and will be, getting money. It's a very interesting thing that a bank is a place or an institution that will lend you money only if you can prove you don't need it, you know. But today, our pitchers will be proving that they need the money. Ben.
It depends on what they want to do with it.
Okay.
Sometimes you go to the bank, at the time when you need it, they ask you, they tell you the reason why you don't need it then. And when eventually you need it, or you don't need it anymore, they'll just tell you that if you want more, we can give you.
You know, there is what I also know about what will be happening shortly. We call it a deal room. What I've also learned is that if you want to get rich, you shouldn't shut your mouth up. So for those that will be pitching in a moment, better rehearse everything you've got to rehearse in front of investors, because I know the human brain is such a wonderful organ that when we are born, it starts working. But when you come on stage to talk, everything freezes. You know, so for people like us, I don't even know how we do it, because sometimes I just freeze. You know, I hope it will not happen to those that will be speaking in a moment.
It's not when you need money. You will remember everything. It's not an exam. You just ask. But the truth is that we have wonderful people. Our finalists are beautiful. When you see them, when you hear them, you know that they have been ready, they're prepared, and what is remaining between them and success is just the money. They have written successful proposals. They have appeared before successful people. They are now waiting for the money to actualize their dreams. Their dreams is halfway achieved because they've done well for themselves. If you read their pitches, some of us have, you know that they are ready. So our panelists are also very successful people who will help these people to grow up into that stage. So it will be a wonderful experience. Even for those who are not pitching, we'll advise that you stay behind because you will learn also when it's your turn to pitch, either before a panel or before one investor in a small office or in a bank office. You really know what to say so you can get what you want.
So it's very important, even though you're not pitching like Ben has said, you just still stick with us. And you know what happens for those of you that watch Shark Tank and Dragon's Den? How many of you do that? And the Nigerian version, Lion's Den. You know, so something like that will happen. I wish I was a pitcher today. Mine will just be simple. I have one idea. What's the idea? Just put the money in my bag. Let me go, you know. Mine is just simple. Just put the money and let me go. But we'll be going for a tea break shortly, and our tea break will be just for 10 minutes. But while we're having that tea break, we appeal to all our pitchers to meet for a meeting at the green room. We're having a meeting with the pitchers at the green room, a pre-deal room briefing. So it is important if you're a pitcher today to meet at the green room. You'll be given more information.
At least that will help you to remember if you've forgotten some of the things you wrote down before. It's important. It's also good that we thank some of our guests from yesterday who have stayed with us till today. Thank you very much. Etemo Glover, thank you very much for staying true. Also, Madam Odunayo Sonia, thank you also for staying true. We appreciate you. Dr. Suinka, thank you also for staying true. We appreciate you. Malami Manja, DG Africa Documentary Festival Foundation, thank you also for coming through. It's good to see people stay true. For some other conferences, once you do your paper, you just go. But you have stayed with us. We'll thank all the others as we go on. But this is saying thank you very much for staying even on the front row and for continuing to stay.
Thank you very much. So I think we will be leaving for the tea break shortly. Our moderators, our panelists, our special guests will be taking the tea break at the green room, and while the others will be ushered by the ushers.
It's the same food, it's the same tea. So it doesn't matter where you take your tea. It's just for space. So we don't crowd the green room because the pitchers will be there. But you need air outside. So just join us outside as you do tea. But it's all the same tea and it's the same ingredients made by this hotel. We didn't buy anyone from the Mama Put. We apologize to those who came from Lagos.
Just before we go, the pictures, please take a tag as you're leaving the hall now. The deal room pictures, there's a tag for you. The deal room finalists, rather, there's a tag for you at the door there, so you just take one as you go. Thank you. We'll see you again on this hall, 10 minutes. Yes, 10 minutes. Let's see how far we can do with that. Please do carry your belongings, your valuables, everything.
Chers invités, c'est maintenant l'heure de la pause café. S'il vous plaît, n'oubliez pas vos sacs à main, vos téléphones et vos objets de valeur. La pause café, c'est pour 10 minutes. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci, Bianca.
De rien.
Merci, Bianca Christelle Moji.
Well, that is Bianca Christelle speaking French for those who came in for the first time. She is our official expert interpreter for French, and she's been working with us from yesterday. So if you hear more of French, you will rely on her for help to tell you what we are doing so far. If you need the pidgin French, Nancy speaks some of it.
The pidgin. Pidgin French.
right?
Hello?
Thank you very much for coming back quickly. We appreciate you. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that break. And we go back into the main business for today. But before we go into the pitches, I know a lot of us are waiting for that. I am too, to learn a few things about how to get money from those who have it and use it properly so you are accountable. The next will be a speech we waited for yesterday. And today we have someone who's close to us, who is our friend, who understands what we do, because she has been through it, representing for us the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I was talking about His Excellency Muhammadu Buhari, GCFR. He's represented here today by the Special Advisor to the President on Finance and Economy. Let's welcome Dr. Sarah Alade for her address. Please put your hands together as she comes up. Let's clap a little more. It will make it look like it's not far.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. Unfortunately, I don't have any speech to read. I just want to make a few remarks in 1 to 2 minutes. I want to start by congratulating the One Foundation for this. I think it is a very, very wonderful and beautiful idea. And from what I have seen, even though I wasn't here yesterday, I can see that this will definitely have one of the kind of impacts that we are preaching today. So congratulations to One Foundation, congratulations to all the partners that are supporting them. My remarks is just, I came in just before the panel that was discussing the youth. I'm sure there are other issues that must have been discussed yesterday. And I'm coming from the side, I'm making my remarks from the National Development Plan, what government has put in place to be able to make sure that we have the kind of social impact that we want. I will not go over it. I'm sure most of you have seen what the NDP, the medium term 2021 to 2025 is all about. It's supposed to be a part of the Nigerian Agenda 2050. And when we were doing this, in the process of doing this, stakeholder consultations, part of the people we wanted to be part of it were the youth. Yes, the youth was represented at the very top, but at the very bottom, to be able to push their ideas and tell us what sort of country, what are the ideas, what will make a change in this country. I like what I heard, that people are doing a lot on their own, but we do need to also have cooperation with government. The NDP, the National Development Plan we had has, funding is expected to be 85% from the private sector and only about 15% from the government. And if the private sector is going to take the chunk of that, then we need to know a lot of the things that you were talking about. Partnership with government is important, cooperation is important, and government is ready and willing to do that with the private sector to be able to take advantage of this population that we have. The youth, we have a whole section devoted to the youth. We want our youths engaged. If you are not in school, you are at work. If you are not at work, you are engaging other people. There are other things that we do have. So I want to encourage you to please be part of this. Now we are putting together that Nigerian Agenda 2050. A lot depends on the youth that we have. A lot depends on the private sector to make the difference. We do have a whole section, a whole volume that had to do with legislative imperatives. What are those guidelines, those laws that we need to change to ensure that the private sector contributes to the development of this nation? We have put some together. Come on, talk to us and let's see where it hot. What else does government need to do to be able to encourage the kind of young people that we have, cleaning beaches, doing things for themselves, and so on. So we still need, while you are doing a great work on your own, you are doing great, marvelous things, beautiful things, but we still need to have that handshake with government so that we can even, achieve more. So I want to encourage you to be part of this. Share with us. Let us know what we can do to make things better. Government has already put in place and they are working towards policies to make sure that we have a market-driven economy, to make sure that we have an economy, that we have a vibrant and healthy population. We have all these policies, we have projects that we're reading, but a lot will depend on those of you sitting in this room. It will depend on the youth, it will depend on the private sector, and so don't go it alone. Let's have this partnership with government. And I'm sure when we come back talking about the social impacts next year, we probably will be seeing differences. We make a lot more difference than what we have done. So thank you very much, and I wish you luck for the rest of the afternoon. Thank you.
Please, let's appreciate her a little more. Thank you very much, ma'am.
It is time, it is money o'clock. It's
Money in
actually
the
money
bank.
o'clock now. So we'll be having 11 pitches. We've been told we'll be having 11 pitches. About 9 Nigerians, 1 in Ghana and 1 in Kenya. So we'll start now by introducing our investors.
It's an international pitching contest. So it's not a local matter. We have people everywhere asking for our money.
So let's start off with a quick introduction of our investors. We have experienced investors today, those that have been in businesses, those that have, experiences, and they'll be listening to what our pitchers have got to say. We'll also be introducing our moderator in a bit. Ben, I think you should take the managing director of the main bank.
Yes.
One customer.
I am the one customer. I'm also the one client. Number one. I mean, every bank should just learn from this bank. That's just the way to go. To approach me as an individual, regardless of my account balance.
Ben, are they really approaching you, or are they approaching you singularly?
Yes.
Or they are taking all of us as clients as one customer?
No, it's all.
You understand what I mean?
Yes.
All their clients as one customer.
No, individually, because our problems are different.
Okay.
There are some who come to deposit, and there are others whose job is to collect. And the people with the less account balance, they are the ones who can come to the counter and threaten, I want to close my account. If they threaten you like that, just take them to a side, give them a bottle of soft drink. The Coca-Cola company can help you. Just tell them, sir, what's the problem? See, can you imagine I want to withdraw 3,000 inside of my 5,000, and they have been giving me problems since. Just beg them a little, but they'll solve it. But the people we are talking to also today are people who have been in business, and helping them to upscale is the thought for today. So they have been there, they have done some level of work, achieved some level of success, but they said, look, we want to expand, we want to open up, and this is the opportunity for us to give to them. So, first on this panel is the man whom I describe as, he has been able to calculate our money problem into one solvable challenge. and is ready to provide solutions. Let's welcome the Managing Director of Sterling Bank, is also a board member of the Sterling One Foundation, Abubakar Suleiman. Please put your hands together for him. For your information, the money is not in that his bag.
Please keep clapping as our investors are approaching. Yes. Okay, our next investor is Olu Salami, who is the Head Strategy Investment Management and Corporate Finance VFD Group. Okay, I'm being told he's joining us online. The next investor I'll call on stage is Nneka Eze, who is the Managing Director, VestedWorld, and member of the NABII. Please make it louder.
And next, let's also specially welcome an associate as CrossBoundary, Olowo Aminu. Please put your hands together for him. His name is very apt for the description of the job he wants to do. He's the one who is in charge of the money.
In case you don't understand what Olowo means, Olowo, very apt. Our next investor is Lexi Novitske, General Partner, Norinkin 22. Get that? Please, a round of applause. Okay, because he's joining us online. He's not here physically, but he's online. Can you, a round of applause so that he would know that we're also acknowledging him?
I think also joining us online is the founder and chairman of Signal Alliance Technology Holdings. Let's appreciate Collins Onoegbu. Please put your hands together for him.
The last but not the least, the beautiful lady that would moderate this session, that would, drive this deal room, is Etemore Glover, who is the project lead, Impact Investors Foundation. Please, a round of applause for her.
We specially recognize her as a great Abusite with an MBA from Leicester University. She, of course, has also gone to the University of East London, where she took a special course in NGO management and development management. So she's done both ways, to manage the NGO and to manage the entire sector. So her work is clearly cut out. You cannot cut corners with her.
Etemore Glover.
Please put your hands together for her. Today is about her, and the future of these people now officially is in your hands, madam. Please clap for her.
All right, thank you. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. All protocols duly observed. I want to say good morning, good afternoon to everyone. And I'm very excited about this pitch session. When we talked yesterday, we looked at some of the challenges in the impact investing ecosystem. And one of them is the limited pipeline of investment-ready enterprises. And we mentioned that impact investing is not a solution in itself without business opportunities. So one of the things we are designed to do is to create these opportunities, identify credible enterprises, put them through some investment readiness, and create opportunities for them to meet investors, and then support them to have access to finance for their businesses. So the businesses you see here today are companies who are providing solutions in healthcare, using technology to solve some of these problems, agriculture, renewable energy. And we mentioned yesterday that energy access is an issue for us in sub-Saharan Africa, with 600 million people not having access to electricity. So some of these young people who will be pitching here today will be coming up with innovative solutions, presenting to you their ideas to the judges. And like mentioned earlier on, these are investors. Some of them have advisory skills to advise the companies to be better. Someone like Collins Onoegbu is an angel investor, providing both financial and non-financial support to enterprises. So before we just go in to brief the judges. The companies here would have 5 minutes to pitch. And I want to implore you, this is not the first time you'll be pitching to investors. So please, the world is your oyster, the stage is your oyster. Pitch in 5 minutes. Let's know your ask, clear ask, your ticket sizes, the solution you're trying to provide. And the judges will give feedback in 5 minutes as well. So I'll call on 2 judges per company to give feedback within 5 minutes. We'd like the judges to be as honest as possible. Is a yes or no, will you invest in them or not invest in them? There's no commitment, but putting on their caps like investors, they will scrutinize and shred you. So just get ready. But I want you to see this as a learning process, yeah? As a value add to yourself, because as you go on, you keep meeting investors, and this is supposed to prepare you for such times. Ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't want to bore you any further. So just to let you know that we have 2 companies that will be pitching from Ghana and Kenya. They'll be joining us online. A few others will be joining us online. Then we have some companies here who will be pitching. So we have them arranged alphabetically, and I'll call them one by one, and they'll come on stage and they will present their companies. So please be kind to them. So I'll call on the first company now. Are we ready? Are we ready? I can't hear you. Are we ready? Great, thank you. So I think it's good for us to start with the online participants, right? Yeah, great. We have Sarome, beg your pardon, let me move the computer here. Sarome Ikobo, Detail Africa, joining us online. Can you please confirm if Sarome is online?
Yes, I'm online. Hi.
Great. So Sarome, great. That's Sarome.
Okay, I'm just trying to share my screen now.
You'll be given. Okay. You'll be made the host so you can share your screen.
Okay.
So confirm that you can share your screen.
Oh, yes, I can.
So just to let you know that once your time is up, you'll be paused and you won't be able to present any further. So you have 5 minutes and your time starts now. Thank you.
Okay. Hi, good afternoon from Nigeria. My name is Sarome Ikogo, and I am the founder of Detail Africa Group. In 2017, I got a leather briefcase when I was still a consultant, and then everybody seemed to love it. And this was actually bought from Dubai. For some even gave me money to help them get one. So I just thought to myself, how come we cannot get this kind of quality here in Nigeria? So I actually went online, did the research, and then actually found that the leather industry can actually establish about 500,000 jobs, additional jobs. And this is an industry where we actually import over $500 million worth of leather goods every year. And these are the official figures, right? So it's quite shocking, because you think that with this type of industry, the value should cascade to the artisans, but no, it is not actually cascading. Why? Because of 2 major reasons. The first one is the low understanding of machinery usage by the artisans and the low production standards. So this has hindered the scalability and the expansion, as well as the earning power of these artisans. So these are the problems that Detail Africa Group is trying to solve. How are we trying to solve this? First of all, we produce locally made leather goods that are globally competitive in terms of like product quality. Also, we've now gone beyond that to have an online platform that's actually tech-enabled for bag making, accessory making, outsourcing, as well as white label manufacturing. So this helps us to actually also produce for other brands and to train artisans while having some type of like profile system for them, so that they can also get jobs outside. The market size for the industry globally is about $70 billion. In Nigeria, it's somewhere around $500 million. The customer segments are essentially the middle class in Nigeria, Africans in diaspora, as well as the fashion brands and corporate organizations that need this these services. What are our competitive advantages? First of all, we have exclusive distributorship arrangements with some really big distributors. So this has actually allowed us scale. We also have a very innovative business model. We commercialized briefcase making in Nigeria because I had done an extensive research. So this has also given us a very strong brand that is actually driven by online sales. Traction so far, we're actually estimating about $250,000 in terms of revenue this year. We have grown by over 600% in revenue since 2017, which is when we were established. Even during the recession, even during the whole what's it called, like COVID issue of last year, we actually still grew by over 70% that year. Business model, we have the B2C and we have the B2B. The B2C is where we just design the product, sell it. For the B2B, we have clients that actually come and say, this is what we need. And then we assess what they will need, the whole like production mix, and then we actually produce for them. We also have our training model where we actually train the artisans and outsource the artisans to third parties. Currently, we have trained over 50 youths and women from low-income communities, and we actually pay them over 200% above the minimum wage. We have the vision to train over 5,000 youths and women in the next 10 years. We're about to refine the framework for our white label production as well as our outsourcing model. We are currently growing. We have plans to grow by over 1,000% in the next 5 years, given our ask, which is actually $500,000, which will be used for machinery, staff cost and training, as well as marketing. On the team, we have myself as the CEO, Joshua Wang as the head of corporate business, Eloka, Eddie Diong, as well as Hamza. Why should you invest in us? Detail Africa Group is a combination of two companies, Detail Africa as well as Craftlink. Craftlink is the tech-enabled outsourcing platform. Detail Africa is the brand. So what you're going to be enjoying is a lot of potential from two companies, as well as two companies that have a very huge positive impact potential here. And also,
thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you very much. Please, a round of applause to him. Thank you. Were you able to participate? Did you listen to it? Because I was a little bit concerned that you... All right, I think we have Collins online. We'll start with the online judge to give us a feedback. Collins, yes or no, will you invest in Detail Africa? Can you give us a yes or a no and give us some feedback about his presentation? Thank you.
I think it's good day, everybody. It's a conditional yes. It's difficult to ask an investor to just say yes or no after a 5-minute speech. That's a very tough one. So can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Okay, I just wanted to elaborate a bit on what you said when you said you have distribution channels, and then you talked about B2B and B2C. I would like to understand that a bit more. Are you somebody who stays behind and produces and then distribute through major shops, or you want to sell to everybody, including the person that walks into your shop, the person that calls the consumer in your own shops, or you just want to focus on being a producer and then using distribution channels to expand, to grow?
Okay, so thank you very much for the question. So we have two models here, which is quite interesting. So we have the normal B2C direct model where we actually have our brand called Detail Africa, where we produce and then sell to customers directly via the website, social media, e-commerce partners such as Jumia, Konga, Amazon, and the likes. And we also have a B2B model, which is where we just produce for your own brand, and then you can actually sell it, right? So we just actually produce for you, right? So we have two models there. So what we're actually doing here is that we want to have our own brand, or we have our own brand, as well as we have plans to dictate the market such that we are the ones also supplying the competition. So that way it also lets us enjoy future economies of scale, because what we've actually seen in the industry is most brands are very small. So there's a lot of supply chain issues. People cannot enjoy economies of scale that comes with actually bringing in volume. So what we'll be doing is that we'll have our own brand, which is actually DA, which is quite, I would say, popular right now. And we would also be serving as a white label manufacturer for other brands and also companies and the likes. So that is what we're actually doing currently.
Thank you very much.
That's what I wanted to hear. So my answer would be CV a conditional yes if I see that your strategy is working.
Yeah, it's actually working.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Collins. So Neka, a yes or a no? Can we help?
Hello? Okay, great. I would also have a provisional yes. You are partnered with one of our portfolio companies, so I think that is always a nice thing to see synergies there with Africrea, or Anka as they're called now. I think the question I have is on the supply chain. Obviously, you've started small and you have great expansion plans. How are you planning to secure the leather to enable you to scale?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. So what we're doing currently is we have been able to discuss with the major distributors, because the issue right now is consistency. So somebody buys one bag or one accessory and says, you know what, this is amazing. Now I need 10,000 pieces, right? How can you get that? Because like I would always tell everyone, the market in Nigeria is not even ready for a very big brand. That's why you'd see many times you just get smaller content. So what we're doing currently is to actually talk to the distributors to say, you know what, these are our plans. We'll be needing to get direct shipment from the tanneries. And we have actually opened that line of communication. So this is actually something that we have short-term plans to do because we're like already on it. So.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Seromi Kogo, Detailed Africa. Fantastic presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So moving on next, still online, let's treat our online pitchers first. So we have Tom. I won't attempt to pronounce your surname, forgive me. Neural Labs. Tom, are you there?
Yes.
Please confirm you're there and you can hear us.
You can hear me?
Okay, please, technical, can you make Tom a host so he can share his screen? Can you confirm that you can share your slides?
No.
Okay, please, can you come to it? Please, thank you. So you would have 5 minutes to pitch. He can, brilliant. Please, can you ensure that the judges can see the slides from here? Give us a second, Tom. Fantastic. Can the judges see? Yes, please. I'd like the judges to see the presentation slides.
I can see the slide from here.
So while we're waiting, please, I'd like the judges to see. We'll start, we'll commence, but it'll be good for the judges here. Okay. All right, fantastic. So Tom, your time starts now. Let's start counting.
3 years ago, when my dear friend Atieno started coughing, none of us paid attention. Nairobi can be dusty and random coughs are part of the package. What we thought was an everyday cough turned out to be pneumonia. Tragically, Atieno didn't make it. Even more tragic is the fact that this was entirely preventable with timely diagnosis. Every year, hundreds of thousands of Africans lose their loved ones due to preventable diseases. In fact, it is estimated that a staggering 15% of all deaths in Africa would be avoidable with timely diagnosis. In Africa, diseases run rampant due to overburdened and under-resourced healthcare systems. Patients in many communities have to wait for up to 2 weeks to receive analyzed lab results. But when aggressive diseases like pneumonia can kill in less than 72 hours, a 2-week wait time is a death sentence. Unfortunately, doctors and hospitals have no way to filter and prioritize medical images, to focus on the most urgent cases first. That is why we founded Neurolabs Africa. Our technology screens medical images and can identify over 13 respiratory diseases in real time. Now, instead of waiting for 2 weeks, we empower doctors to provide accurate diagnosis in real time before even patients get their shots back home. Users of our services are radiologists, hospitals, and diagnostic labs who pay on a transactional and subscriptional basis. Transaction will cost around $4 on an image. In Kenya, there are approximately 630,000 X-rays done every month. If we can capture 20% of this market, this translates to $500,000 revenue every month with more profit margins of 50 to 60%. With operations now in Kenya and Senegal, we are focusing on the African demographic region to collect data and also sell our technology within the African demographic region. How do we do this? For instance, we recently won a one-year innovation fund by UNICEF, which focuses on screening pediatric images for the next 1 year. The size of the diagnostic imaging market is estimated to be worth 1.65 billion in Africa and Middle East. We are targeting 0.1% of the available market size in the next 2 years. How do we reach these numbers? We are working with key industry titans to resell our technology within the African demographic region. We have a team with a combined 70 years of experience in business development, project management, and healthcare. Robert, who believed in us and funded us for the development of our prototype. Dr. Steve provides us with a working space, while Joan, who works for the UN, has helped us secure grant funding of to the tune of $50,000. Paul is leading the technical team to build our new feature, our cloud sourcing data feature, while I work on partnership and sales channels. To be able to upscale our infrastructure, business development, and R&D, we are seeking $500,000, sorry. This will help us upscale and improve our business development. We have come a long way, but this is just the beginning. We welcome you to be part of our mission to democratize access to diagnostic healthcare for all in Africa using AI, solving SDG 3, good health and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tom, Neurolabs Africa, all the way from Kenya. Thank you so much. Now, MD, Sterling Bank. One of your focus areas is health. Yes or no, will you invest in Neurolabs?
I am going to respond on the assumption that they have a technology that is patented that can allow us to deliver imaging much cheaper than we do today, and do it so instantly. Because the pitching has not proven that, has not given me any sense of the technology itself that they've built and what level of patent. So yes, if there is a patented technology that can deliver this, then I'm an investor at this point. However, in terms of feedback to the team, I think we've done a lot to demonstrate the value in the marketplace. What we've not demonstrated here, and I couldn't also see it from the founding members, is, are you an R&D company? Are you a tech company that has an innovation? And if yes, to what extent has this innovation been independently verified? But also there wasn't enough data from the two markets where you are already operational. So how many images have we done? And is it being paid for? So it would have been nice to see what you already done, but more importantly, at the heart of what you're selling is some innovation that didn't come through. So maybe you can help with that.
I wish I could share my screen one more time so that I could go through that slide again. But we're using deep learning and computer vision. Unfortunately, you cannot patent code. What you have done copyrights and trademarks. To take your second question, which is also a very good question. Currently in Senegal and Kenya, what we're doing, we are collecting data as well as doing clinical trials. We have intentionally not done what we call commercialization because we're still running trials, and some of the people funding these trials are like UNICEF, who have given us $50K USD to just prepare for 5,000 images, which we expect to reach within 1 year. So from there, we'll go to regulations after our clinical trials. Then we'll start selling the product.
Did he answer your question on patenting?
Well, because the audio is not great, my response is that subject to technology due diligence and evidence of the deployment in the two countries where this has already been done, I would be an investor.
Okay, so you have one yes, but please, we need you to provide those information. So to you, Mr. Olo, yes or no? What does it need to do?
So my feedback is very similar to that of the MD, actually. Health technology is definitely a sector that everyone is excited to invest in. Once you can prove that your technology can, achieve better results at a cheaper price than existing technology, then people want to invest. I have a proof of concept is key. I mean, we all recently heard the story of Theranos. So everyone is very, very careful. They want to actually see, okay, can your technology can your technology do what you say it does? You have partners that, to help you in marketing. You have like a moat to sort of protect you from competition. I think if you can demonstrate those three, then yes, definitely it's a yes for investment.
Okay, thank you. I think we have one more minute. Collins, do you have any feedback for him?
I agree with what Mr. Suleiman has said. I also want to understand, okay, you're trying to use technology to solve a problem that we know exists. So is your expertise providing the technology or running the service? Because if you're running lab, there are skills required in running labs. And if you're a tech company supporting labs, there's a different kind of skill required. I just want to understand a bit more. Or is it that you are a technology company or you are a medical laboratory that wants to use technology to maybe fasten the current speed of operation?
Do you want to respond, Tom?
Yes, we are a technology company, and I'm sorry you didn't hear my response on the patent. I said you cannot patent code since we are using computer vision and deep learning. What we have copyrights and trademarks.
So sorry, if you say a technology company, that means you give service to existing labs, or are you going to have your own labs?
Yes, existing labs.
I didn't hear that.
Okay, I think his time is up. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Tom, Neural Labs all the way from Kenya. So moving on to Ghana, we have Frank Nana Ade, shopper. Can we confirm if Frank is there? Frank, are you there? Is he there? Okay, while we're waiting for Frank, I think we should look at the gentlemen and women here in the room. So I'd like to call the CEO of USAFA International Limited, Usman Lawan, to come on stage for his presentation. Usman Ali Lawan, USAFA International. Thank you. You have 5 minutes to present. So, can we have his slides projected, I beg your pardon?
Okay.
Fantastic. So you have 5 minutes and your time starts now.
Thank you very much. So again? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. My name is Usman Alilong. I'm the founder and CEO of USAFA International Limited. We are a sustainable farming venture that produces healthy organic poultry and fish products. We also work with a network of 7,250 smallholder farmers across 4 states in northern Nigeria. We provide these smallholder farmers with farm extension service support, farm input credit, and also link to market for their produce. In return, the smallholder farmers provide USAFA with raw material like maize and soybeans to produce poultry and fish feed. Now, every year, we consume about 200 million chicken in Nigeria and also 150 million catfish. However, about 50% of all these catfish and poultry products come into Nigeria via importation or, in most cases, smuggling. There is a great mismatch between what is actually demanded and what we get supplied by local producers. Even though about 55% of all the locally produced poultry and fish product is done in Nigeria by smallholder farmers. The smallholder farmers are faced with a lot of challenges. There is low quality input or even access to quality input. There is a lack of access to credit. And also there's about only 20% of farmers have access to farm extension service support and also training. And also there is lack of access to market. Smallholder farmers lose about 50% of their produce to post-harvest losses because of all of these problems. And this results in about a $2.7 billion loss in the entire sector of poultry and fish production. Now, this is where USAFA comes in. So we develop a network of smallholder farmers with whom we provide market information, farm input credit, and also farm extension service support. These farmers produce the raw materials that is required to produce the fish and poultry feed. This grain, like maize and soybeans, goes back into USAFA. We produce the feed, which is used to feed the fish and poultry products. And whatever is left for us that we cannot utilize within the establishment, we help them to sell to other people who need it within the sector. We started these operations in 2013 with only about 350 poultry beds. Currently, we produce 1,800 chicken and 9,000 catfish every month. We have sold more than 336 chicken and fish products to date. We have also built a network of smallholder farmers. We are working on improving on this network to build a 20,000 smallholder farmer network by the end of 2023. We have realized about $300,000 in revenue in the year 2020, and last year we realized about $540,000 US. The farm is situated in Kefi in Nasarawa State. It is sitting on a 6-hectare land with building and resources that's valued at more than $1.5 million. We have all the fiscal assets, brick and mortar, already done. Our revenue for last year, our EBITDA for last year is actually about $95,000. We are able to make a good margin on each of the product line that we produce, which include poultry meat, poultry egg, catfish, fingerling production. And our overall farm activity is able to produce about $95,000 in profit after tax. Currently, our marketing, we're able to achieve all of this by merely selling to bulk producers in the market. So these are people who are local suppliers in local markets, and also we leverage on hotels and other outlets. We are not yet doing a processing of our produce. And this is why we are here. because our biggest customers are just the bulk suppliers and aggregators. The hotel and event centers are also smallholder farmers, because we have a back end and front end relationship with the smallholder farmers. We do sign some contract agreements with our customers. What is our growth opportunity and strategy? We are looking at actually going to processing the poultry and fish product so that we'll be able to be on the shelf of most large stores in Nigeria. To this end, we have actually completed the building of capacity of 28,000 beds and also 100,000 fish per month. And we also have now the capacity to produce 250,000 fingerlings every month. We know that with the resources that we require, we'll be able to make a revenue of about $485,000 per annum. So we hope to be able to increase our production to 12,000 broilers every month and also 7,500 crates of egg every month. We'll be able to increase the production of catfish to 20,000 every month and also 250,000 catfish fingerlings every month. Based on our existing demand and the analysis that we have done of the market, we know that we'll be able to have a sustained growth of about $1 million per annum, year on year from next year, if we are able to get the funding that we require. We are asking for $730,000 US to be able to process Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So please just remain there for the judges to give a response. So Neka, to you. Do you invest or not to invest?
All right, also provisional yes. I think obviously, as you know, with agriculture, the diligence on the ground is a bit more required versus some of the more tech-enabled businesses. So I'd want to really understand what's the situation with that land. Are you owning the land? How did you acquire it? All of those kind of questions. What's the relationship with the farmers? What's happening with the yield increases? You don't have to answer all of these questions now. And then I think as well, it's really great to see that you are EBITDA positive, and this is the type of point when we would like to invest in an agribusiness. So I think there's a lot of alignment. There is one branding question I do have for you. Your logo looks a lot like a certain multinational logo.
It's deliberate. That's a conversation starter.
It's a conversation starter, but it could also be a risk. Are you open to changing that in the future?
Well, yes.
Sabu?
Yeah, I guess for me, I see three different businesses coming here. I see your feed processing business, and it seems to me that the investment you're trying to make is in feed processing. You also seem to have an actual agri business, which is something that is well understood. But what got me excited was the business that we're building around input distribution and productivity increase. But I don't see that playing out enough. It seemed to me that seemed to have disappeared in the conversation. I'll be more interested because that could represent a far more scalable opportunity than another poultry farm or another fishery farm, right? So for me, how does that become the central theme, the value creation? Because it could, you say you want to be able to reach out to 20,000 rural farmers, that's interesting. But when I look at the way you've broken down your spending, I don't see a lot of the money going into that. I think a lot of the money is going to building what I would call an alternative business, which is a value-adding business. So that would be my feedback. That's it. If you can show me how this is a way to improve rural productivity, I can see how that is scalable and I will invest.
Just a quick one on that. So the reason you don't see money going into that is because the poultry production and the fish production, about 60% of the cost is in the feed production. Now, all of that money that goes into the feed mill actually by extension goes to the smallholder farmers, because unless they produce the maize and the soybeans, we won't be able to produce the fish and poultry feed. And I agree with you, but we also have another company, which is called the Farmer in Suits Limited, which handles the financials of working with the smallholder farmers. Maybe that's why it's not featuring in the slide. And of course, once conversations goes down, we can provide more detail with regards to that. Thank you.
Are you happy with his response?
Yeah, the response is adequate.
Okay.
Thank
Collins, are you with us? Would you like to give us your feedback? We have 1 more minute.
Yes, I just want to continue with what Mr. Suleiman said. Now you have to, as you say, you have the feeder. You are building a feeder. You have you want to produce and then you want to process. I think there are 3 businesses. I didn't see your team. Your presentation didn't show a team. I would love to see the team you're going to use to build and scale it.
Yeah, we actually have a team of 6 people. We didn't include it in the slide, that's true, because we're trying to catch up with the time. Cumulatively, we have cumulative experience in the agribusiness sector of more than 60 years. We also have a governing board, an advisory board that is made up of seasoned entrepreneurs and also trainers in the entrepreneurship space. So yes, we have a team. We have.
What's your background?
My background? Well, interestingly, I studied business admin, but I have been doing certificate in agribusiness in the last 10 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, Usman Ali Lawan, Yusefa International Limited. Thank you so much. Now, next, I'm going to call on Adatugo Oyebanji. Is he here? Ghana is online now. Okay. So I have to take you all to Ghana. All right. I'll call on Frank Nana Ade, Shopper. That's the name of his company. Is he online?
Yes, I'm online.
Okay, please can technical project team. Can you please confirm you can share your slides? Oh, brilliant.
Yes, please can you see my screen?
It's coming up. Yes, we can see.
Okay, hi, thank you everyone, and I apologize for the technical issue. My name is Frank. I'm a co-founder of Shopper. Shopper is building an integrated market for informal retailers in Africa. Our mission is to deliver fast-moving consumer goods to small shops across the African continent. Now, the main problem is that when you run a small shop, or if you run a small shop on the African continent, you are responsible for sourcing inventory yourself. So this means that you close your shop, you go to the open market, or you rely on middlemen to be able to get your inventory. This means you incur extra cost on transportation, which reduces your profit margin. Also, about 80% of these shops on the continent are unable to access credit facility to manage their business because they've been classified as not creditworthy by microfinance institutions. Hence, the idea Shopper. Shopper has built a platform that allows these shops to be able to source goods directly from manufacturers or suppliers across the continent and have it delivered to their shop within 4 hours. We also give them access to credit through our buy now and pay later option, where these retailers are able to access working capital financing. Also, on the suppliers and the manufacturer side, we are gathering relevant data that will allow us to provide insight into how their product is performing on the market, since most of them spend up to 10% of their annual revenue on research. We started our business in November 2021. We've grown from 0 customers to over 3,300 retailers on our platform, processing transaction worth $155,000 just last month, June, and accelerating our GMV grew 30% month on month. Our next target is to hit 22,000 customers, do total GMV or revenue of $2.2 million, and give up to 10,000 loans on our platform. The opportunity we are after is a $60 billion of opportunity, since 80% of trade on the African continent go through the informal sector. Now, this industry is ripe for disruption and has attracted a few players such as Trade Depot, Market Force, Soko Watch in both Nigeria and Kenya, and Shari in Morocco. However, the question we ask ourselves, Shopper, is that how then do we differentiate ourselves from the competition? We do this by offering one of the fastest delivery on the continent, where we are able to deliver within 1 to 4 hours. When a retailer places their orders, they are able to receive it within 1 to 4 hours. We also give them access to credit and a flexibility to be able to share a carton or a box of items. So what a competition does is that when a retailer places an order, they need to take charge, or they need to buy the whole box, but then we give them that flexibility to be able to share box with other retailers. We make money by adding 10% margins on all product that is listed on our platform. And also we take 10% commissions on interest on loan that is charged to these shops. We are in the process of ending the year with a revenue of $310,000, and we plan to hit our revenue target of $37 million by 2025. This we are going to do by introducing new products and services on our platform, such as our payment system or our payment infrastructure, since most of them have been marginalized when it comes to technology and financial inclusion. So we are actually tackling the industry through commerce and payment as well, and also opening up our logistics app for third parties or any individuals that actually have a fleet to host it on our platform and then do deliveries. This will ensure that we are creating more jobs for individual fleet owners. So the team behind Shopper are individuals with skills in sales, product, and distribution. Our CEO, Yurik, used to work for Guinness Diageo in Cameroon, where he was a sales manager. He also worked as a relationship manager for a microfinance institution. Myself, I have over 4 years experience building and co-founding startups here in Ghana, and also having worked as an analyst for a private equity firm and helped them to launch some amazing projects across the world. And our CTO, Michael Hammond, who has 4 years experience building enterprise software. He's also worked with multinationals like Vodafone Ghana. We are backed by Google through the Google Black Founders Fund. We are also backed by MEST and the Catalyst Fund through their digital commerce program. For us as a business, impact is really at the core of us. So we are contributing to digital and financial inclusion of the informal sector across the continent. We've currently trained over 1,700 women to adopt technology in their business operations, where they're able to use technology to make orders, receive orders, and payments as well. And also on the broader scale, we are contributing to zero hunger and no poverty and industry innovation. We are asking $1.2 million to allow us to scale our solution, not only in Ghana, but in Nigeria and Kenya and Senegal, since that market is also a blue ocean for us. We invite you amazing judges or investors to actually join us on this journey. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. To invest or not to invest? That is the question.
I think Shopper is a very interesting idea. I happen to know a bunch of other folks investing in informal, like retail formalization space. Shopper has a bunch of things to demonstrate. So I mean, it's basically for a high risk, high reward equity type investor at this particular stage. Things I'm really interested in is like the logistics of it. The promise seems really, really, really aggressive. Fast delivery, small sizes. I'm curious to know, like, does Shopper currently run their own logistics, and how do you run it currently?
Okay, so we run a hybrid model for our logistics. So we have our in-house logistics that we own, and then we also outsource to third parties, where third parties who have a tricycle or a minivan are able to download our app and then help us do delivery. So we control 30% of our logistics, and then we outsource 70%. This to ensure that we have control and also able to step in when it's necessary.
Neka?
I unfortunately am conflicted here. We have invested in 2 of your competitors, so I think for us the answer is no. But I think one quick piece of feedback, it's great to see the customer acquisition costs coming down. One thing that you may want to look at is this question of scale and how quickly you're planning to scale just compared to some of the competitors. I think they're growing a bit faster than you guys are, so need to understand why that is, and if you're raising additional venture capital, how you can really get to that next level of scale.
Thank you so much. We have 1 more minute. Abu, do you want to say something?
I noticed that part of the use of capital is to come into Nigeria. But I know that there's some really, really good guys doing the same thing here, and I didn't see them in your competitive landscape. Absolutely. So that would worry me for you. I mean, these guys are really good. Like, they've gone far. So watch out for that.
Sure. Thank you.
So no response to that. How are you going to look at your competitors in the Nigerian market?
Yeah, so I mean, so the good thing is that most of the guys in Nigeria are actually currently in the Ghanaian market. So when you talk of Omnibus, you talk of Trade Depot. However, since they've been in the country for quite some time now, we are still growing 30% month on month. This is because of the fact that when you look at these 2 guys, in terms of how, I mean, let me take it from the deliveries point of view. most of them are doing deliveries within 48 hours and 24 hours. But then when you speak to a typical shop owner, they are impatient, they want to receive their goods faster. So that is one way we are able to compete with them even fairly on the Ghanaian market, right? So the second thing I would also speak with on is that flexibility we give the customers. So with our approach, we're able to serve a wide range of customers, because there are instances where even though these guys are in the market, we get a call from our customer telling us what these guys are trying to offer them. And they think that what we are offering is still the best, especially with the delivery and also pricing, and also giving them that flexibility to buy in unit and in bits. So that is what
Thank you so much, Frank Nanade. So that might be something for you to work on. A round of applause for Frank Nanade, shopper all the way from Ghana. Thank you for your presentation. So moving on, we'll call on Adatugo Oyebanji Unify. Adatugo Oyebanji is joining us in person. Welcome. Can we have our slides presented? Very excited to see a woman, Peach. While we wait for her, Chizaram Ochega, please get ready. You'll be called on next.
Just try clicking it.
All right. So, Adatugo Oyebanji, your time starts now.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We all know how COVID affected social, political, and most importantly, the education industry. And as a mom, I watched how the onslaught of the pandemic took a toll and put an abrupt halt on educational activities. And during this period, just like everyone else, we were pondering as a team, how do we solve for this? You know, how do we solve for the impact of the pandemic? And how do we solve for the educational sector in Nigeria? How do we solve for the institutions? How do we ease their pain points? And it was at this moment that Unified was bettered. What is Unify? When I think of Unify, I think of education without limits. I think of education leveraging on technology. I think of building a product that helps to break the barrier in the education sector. And well, I still haven't defined what Unify is, and I'm coming there. Unify is a digital product. Digital product, it is most importantly an edtech platform that replicates the entire organization end-to-end process of an educational institution. From finance management, operations, the business operating model of the school is embedded in that ecosystem that is Unify. And Unify solves for financial accountability. Unify solves for accountability and reconciliation on the school's part by its payment and collections model. Unify also solves for students itself. The students who have access to Unify are able to gain additional knowledge through an MOOC, which is an onslaught of online courses which prepares the students for the future. Unify has that awesome feature in it at no cost to the students. Unify also has a social interaction tool where students can interact with one another, but also with their lecturers and teachers, which helps in proper dissemination of information. Unify also doesn't leave out the parents. The parents are integrated, they are stakeholders on Unify, and these parents have access to their wards performance. They have access real time to the progress of their wards on the platform. It integrates and aggregates every stakeholder in the school environment. They have tailored dashboards to that effect. Now, going to impact, we believe that over 4 million Nigerian students in the next 3 years would have access to world-class learning and global competitive education. How do we plan to do that? We connect deeply with the Sustainable Development Goals, which is quality education, which then transcends to decent work and economic growth, as well as reduced inequality. No matter your race, your ethnic, your religion, whatever it is you are, you have access to education, and it helps to bridge that gap. Now, in terms of competitive advantage, we have a couple of our competitors here, but no one actually offers what Unify does with all this aggregation of features and without the cost. Most of these solutions here cost an arm and a leg for the schools to actually make use of. And also, they if they're not even costing the school, technology costs are implied on the students when they make use of this platform. And what we want to do is to drive impact and value and give it to schools in Nigeria at no cost. So we're asking for a grant of $500,000. Here is what we plan to do with these funds. For the next 5 years, these are the amounts of schools we plan to onboard on the platform. These are just estimates. And the bulk of the money will go into the maintenance of the platform, technology cost, as well as asset acquisition and day-to-day running of the business. How we got this far, we got funds from Selling One Foundation to actually build the solution that we have today. And we currently are running a pilot run with 2 universities, Lincoln University and the Institute of Foreign Language. Here is my team, people who I've worked with for over 6 months, very dedicated to the cause. None of them has gone for leave in over 6 months, and they are very passionate about driving education in the Nigerian sector today. Why you should invest in Unify? We hope that our course is successful today because we believe that an investment in Unify helps to create impact in the Nigerian education sector by expanding students' coverage via technology. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Now, Collins, to invest or not to invest in Unify?
I sit on the board of the foundation that has already supported them, so.
Collins, let's hear your thoughts.
I like the idea of the company. I have a slide, even though this is an impact session, I worry a bit about the fact that you're looking for grants instead of building a business that can scale. But I would like to know more. I think this very early in the day. I like the sector. I would like to see somebody do something that scales in that sector. So I would like to hear more, but if it's at this point, I will not invest.
Sorry, Collins, I didn't hear the last part.
No, at this point, I will just need to hear more. I will know more before I make a decision whether to invest or not.
Okay. Naka?
Yeah, I would say maybe. It's more a question about the scale and where you are in terms of the pipeline of the schools that you've already talked to say, okay, you can go from 2 to 29. So I think that's the big question. And then I'm very glad that it's a grant, because as you were presenting, I was just like, I think it's too early potentially for an investment. There's a similar business in East Africa that you should look at, and it took them quite some time to get to scale, but now they're, the largest company like this in Kenya. They have more than 20,000 schools on their platform. So I think it might take long, but in a few years you can definitely get there with some of this softer capital to push you forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think I agree with Neka in that it feels a bit early stage right now. It'd be good to see traction in terms of number of schools schools you mentioned, were they in Nigeria?
Yeah, Nigeria, over 60 schools. So it's an addition. It's growing exponentially. So over 60 schools, over 600,000 students.
Okay, yeah, I think seeing that scale, like you said, it's going to take a bit of time, but seeing that scale is definitely going to be helpful for future fundraising. Something you mentioned about competing on like price, I compared to like some of the other competitors in the markets. I was curious to know like how are you keeping your own costs lower if you feel like you can do better than them on price?
Please can you come again?
How are you keeping your own costs lower if you're doing better than your competitors in terms of price?
So it wasn't necessarily in terms of the pricing because we're giving it at no cost to the universities and to the schools. But an aggregation of the features that I mentioned, none of our competitors have those features. They have those features individually, but they don't have an aggregation of the entire features that I mentioned.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to just be clear that your economics work. That's
okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So maybe just as a thought, I'm thinking, what kind of investor should she be speaking to? Like an angel investor, or who should she be?
Well, she's looking for a grant, so I think foundations would be a good starting point.
Okay, I didn't hear that.
Yeah.
So you also mentioned the company in Kenya. I didn't get the name of the company.
They're called Zeraki.
Zeraki.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
I think the other point is that you've presented the impact element of this project. You've not presented the commercial element of it. So the investors are not able to tie into that. And I think it's because of your request for grant. If you were then requesting for an investor, you would then be presenting the commercial, which I believe are also equally strong.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Atugo Oyebanji Unify. A round of applause. Thank you so much for the presentation. Now, moving on next to the CEO of Mavis Computel, Chizaram Uchiaga, represented by, I'm sure I didn't get your name, so when you come, please introduce yourself. Mavis Computel. A round of applause for the picture. Thank you. So let's get your name, please. Sorry.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah. There we go. Okay. So how do I do this one? Okay, perfect. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I am Chiamezia Uchiaga. I am the CTO of Mavis Computel. Okay, so I am going to use a story to just go through my pitch deck. So before I start, we're an edtech company that provides education in a way that is easily accessible for children in out-of-school areas. So I'll start, there was a village in Giri, it's just behind the University of Gwagwalada in Abuja there. There was a guy that was going hiking, and he had this drone, and the drone flew over the village. And then the elders of the village were like, what is this drone doing here? So they sent their delegates. They came there and discussing with them, they found out, oh, this is a safe guy. And discussing with them, what are their needs? And they said, the government won't bring any school to us. Nobody wants to come and teach here. So that is because they are in an out-of-school location. It's very difficult to have people that have quality that will want to be teaching there. And because it's a sparse village, how do you have people in just individual locations? So that's the background that I'm going to use to highlight some of the problems and some of the solutions that we've come across. So what are the problems? We see that they're up to about 18.5. This is just recently that it was upgraded to 18.5 after 10 million children out of school. And then even those in school, about 70% of them go through the basic education without being able to read or write. So what we're trying to solve here is to provide a solution to the lack of inclusive and equitable quality education in Nigeria and then some other parts of Africa. What are some of the challenges? Infrastructure. How do you build the number of schools and whatever it is that the children need? How do you get quality teachers for each of, for the children? You know, normally it's like maybe 1 to 40. So how many quality teachers are you going to actually employ? How do you address the language of instruction? Because a number of these children in these out-of-school areas cannot understand the English that you're trying to use to teach them. What of the issues of security? When you aggregate a lot of children in an area, it poses a security risk, as we've seen recently. Okay, and then the cost of doing that, obviously. So basically what we're trying to do here is there a solution that can be in the language they understand, can take the school to where they are, can help them to learn where they are, not discriminating whether it's a boy or a girl. They can learn in small groups and really, really understand. And is there a way you can use technology to package quality education from content experts to deliver this to the children? So that's basically what we're trying to look for. Is there a solution that can do that? And that's where we come in. So we produce the Mavis talking books. I have an example of that here. It's just a pen and a book. It's very simple. But then we work with an education model where the children come together in a group. And now this teaches them in the language they understand. I'll just use 1 second to do that. All you have to do is turn on the pen, tap on the book to recognize whichever book. So we have books in different languages. Now this is Hausa. I don't know if there's anybody here in Hausa that will understand. So I'm just going to tap very quickly.
Da safe ana cewa ina kwana ko barka da safe. Da turanci sai a ce good morning.
I think that's pretty explanatory in itself. Okay. I'll move on. So basically with this, the content we have is actually approved by the NARDC. So for every book we produce, we actually take it to them to approve and then send back to us whatever corrections. Then we work with them to make sure it's able to be used in any of these locations. Now, how do we make money, basically? We partner with government organizations, international bodies, but then we also have retail sales to people that actually want it. Because apart from the ones that we have in local languages, we have the ones in English for use at home, and we have even special needs children. We have parents that just buy for their children for just the pure English versions. For math, English, science, technology, we have rhyme stories, many of the likes. So we have a learner-centered model that also empowers the teachers, because in some of these local areas, the teachers don't even have the quality, but then they have to be there. So they're like learning facilitators that actually learn as the children are learning as well. You don't tell the children, stay at home. Let's teach the teachers first before we take them back to school. And so the pen speaks the language that the learners understand. So it's very easy for them to use. And then it's internet dependent. It doesn't need, there's no screen on this, so the power requirement is very low. So in areas that we've deployed in, so if it drops, it still works. Okay. So it's internet independent. It doesn't need internet, and it's easy. So it's very easy for you to use this in areas that are out of very difficult to use. I think I'll have to stop here because of time.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Chinonze Mavis Computel. So I'll start with you, Abu.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask you to start with me. So there's quite a bit in what you've done. Usually when you're trying to scale, there are some existing assets that are in abundance, and then you try to bring in the missing assets so that it scales. So for instance, if people have a lot of smartphone, you put an app on it, and that app then solves the problem.
Yeah.
So the first thing we need to remember is that this is dependent on the hardware.
Yeah.
And you're not solving for the hardware here, right? It's important that solving for the content goes hand in hand with the hardware.
Yeah.
That way, you don't create a lot of content and there are very few people who can then use it, right? So that's one thing to bear in mind. Okay. The other comment I will make is that you are solving a real problem, but you're relying at this point, to my mind, on government and partners, and therefore that immediately puts a cap to how far you can, sort of scale this. So we need to also be thinking, how can this scale as an investment, right? It's the one thing we have with education is that the government does not have the capacity to fund the education. And so any solution that requires the government to fund the education fundamentally may lack scale. But as an individual, I would definitely support this. As a foundation, as a non-for-profit organization, I would definitely support this. From our CSR budget, we will support this. But as an investor, I would send you back to the drawing table to think about how this can actually repay. But absolutely brilliant thinking. we do have a team internally that I'll introduce you to because they're doing something similar for TV. So their thought process was that it's easy to scale the availability of TV and so develop content that can be put on TV for children, local language-based, approved content, that sort of stuff. So I'll bring you together and see how you can work.
A round of applause for the MD Sterling Bank. This is what we want to hear. So Nneka.
Yeah, thank you. And I think apt comments from Abu. We had a portfolio company that similarly did have a significant amount of grant revenue. And what we asked in the investment committee was how much of that is actually going to be recurring revenue and what are their plans to really attract some more private capital, particularly around whether it's that individual consumers in your case or partnerships with private educational institutions, this kind of thing. So I don't think it's impossible to raise private capital, but a few things to consider. I think one is sharing the price point when you have this conversation, just so we get a better sense of the unit economics. Definitely something on the content, so we better understand how you're planning to, let's say somebody buys one pen, how long are they going to use this pen for? Does it last over multiple children or multiple years? Does it go with them to university? Just to get a sense of that product journey. And then a quick feedback, I think on the pitch deck itself, you could potentially invest in some graphics just to make it a bit more visually appealing, because obviously as a former consultant, I look at things like that. But thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nneka. Collins, over to you.
Nothing much to add, but I would have loved to look a bit, understand more about your distribution. Are you hoping that individuals buy the tablets or the device you want to sell, or you're going to distribute it through partnerships?
Did you hear him? Yeah, go on, yeah. Please respond. You can use that one there.
Okay, so I'll try to respond to as much as them as possible. So I'll start with some of the questions you raised. So the pen works with as many books as we produce. So, and it can work for multi-years. So they can continue going with it as long as they need to, as long as we keep providing. We're working on plans to also, as we work on the ones for the out of school, we are using these things to demonstrate the model so that in school people, in terms of people that are building schools now, even with now, this can help them do like differentiated learning. So imagine a class where some of the children are in primary 1 in groups, some are in primary 2, because the same type of teacher that teaches them these things. So it becomes more economically viable for them. So we're using those things to make it commercially viable as well. So things that schools ordinarily can use, but then we're using these out of school places to demonstrate that you can have as much quality in the urban areas as you can have in the rural areas with proper partnership and funding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Mr. Ochiaga, Mavis Computer. So please get the contacts of the MD. You'll be speaking with him later. Thank you very much. So next we have, please just confirm if Hafiz Are from Primed is here. I didn't think I see him. He's here. Fantastic. So ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome Hafiz Are, MD CEO of Prime eHealth. A round of applause. Thank you. Your time starts now.
Thank you so much.
Great.
All right. My name is Dr. Are Abdul Hafiz. I'm a medical doctor before a businessman, so I'll make my intro as a medical doctor. 2011, I was working in National Hospital. I was called to the hospital, from my family, that my uncle slumped. They rushed him to Wuse General Hospital, but they told them there were no beds. They couldn't come to National because I already knew there were no beds there. And so they went to 3 other hospitals. By the time they got to the 3rd hospital, I think Kubwa, he had died. That was the day that the day I did my clinical practice last. And I already knew that there was, number one, no connected healthcare, no information, bed space, referrals were very bad. All of our hospitals were doing paper, and I stopped clinical and I went to electronic health. One of the first doctors to start e-health. So I'll introduce myself as the CEO of Primate eHealth. My name is Dr. Are. I'm the CEO of Primate eHealth. Primate eHealth is a health tech company that is based in Nigeria, and we're solving a problem of, number one, poor infrastructure in healthcare facilities, and number two, long waiting times in hospitals. The opportunity that we probably have on our hands is the connecting patients directly to hospitals, and that's because there's no, as I mentioned, no single system that connects healthcare or shares information. We also can charge commissions, small amounts of money, for allowing people access the healthcare information. Our solution facilitates, number one, instant access to healthcare. It also improves the efficiency or the overall efficiency and revenue in hospitals. This is our proposition. We are offering an end-to-end solution that, number one, takes care of hardware problems, software problems. When I say hardware, it includes power. We also provide solar panels to hospitals, provide computers, networking infrastructures, while our softwares take care of patient-based systems, hospital EMRs. So basically, any product that is going to solve a problem or a need within the healthcare space. I've put some of the summaries, smart card, wallet, appointment booking systems, and basically the whole niche. Our business model is basically straightforward. We use a pay-as-you-go for hardware, meaning that we can invest and bring in hardware to a company, a hospital in Bauchi or in Uniloring, and then we charge them a small amount and we add it to the payment for the cards. So we still make money for the infrastructure while we charge an onboarding fee for that hospital, commission and wallet funding, which is paid by the patient. We also do monthly subscription for private hospitals, and then we work as the hospitals, the capacities can actually take. Our competitive advantage, first I'll talk about the competitors. Helium Health, Visitor, Zuri. The amazing thing is that each of these companies had started with me a long time ago, and I probably advised each of them on how to build systems. We're the first to actually start. But now we have government approval to scale the smart clinic across Nigeria by the NCC. We have several products solving both hospital and patient needs. And also have a founder fit market of 10-year experience. Market opportunity in healthcare is about $5 billion if you add Europe and Africa, but I'm going to be realistic. Nigeria alone, the next 6 months, will make about $171,000, while our service obtainable market is about $513,000. That includes markets we're already expanding. We've licensed in Uganda and Tunisia, and that gives us a $513,000 US. I'll touch on. We already have 45 hospitals with almost 1.2 million patients, including Maitama General Hospital, Asoko General Hospital, Kubwa General Hospital, Buhari General Hospital, Kaoshi General Hospital, Orile Agege General Hospital in Lagos, Isolo, Randall, and so on and so forth. We're doing Bauchi Teaching Hospital, we have University of Ilorin, and so we already have the traction. The question is, can we scale appropriately? So we need about $1 million, and that's very limited to be able to scale our new products, which are patient-based systems like the wallet, smart cards, anything that's going to make a patient not necessarily queue at the waiting point or paying points in our hospitals. So that means that we have EMRs already that run the hospitals. What we're now doing, we're focusing on the patient so that when you go to any hospital, you will not need to queue at any point. You just use your wallet and you pay, or use smart card terminals, which are installed in the general hospital as I speak. Areas of investment for hiring, obviously, marketing expansion. I mentioned Tunisia and Uganda, which you already have. Infrastructural, that's founder capital, onboarding costs, and some other extra costs that is tied to logistics. Our projected revenue is about 200 million in 2023 and about 500 million in 2025. As of this year, we're probably getting about 150 million by the end of the year. Our impact, we're currently providing digital health services to over 1.2 million patients. And of course, SDG, that's number 3, where we believe that we can make sure healthcare can be for all at your own convenience. That's my point. The word is convenient. Thank you so much.
Thank you. A round of applause for Dr. Are. So who wants to go first?
I'm happy to go first.
Okay.
I love this story. I think the idea is definitely good at some point, but I'm not quite clear on what the product is actually.
Smart cards. It's patient-based system. We already have all the products that are running, but now we just focus on smart cards, wallet systems, things that patients will use, like an ATM. Like we've done what the bank did, the e-banking. Now we're focused on how do you now access the bank, the e-systems we have created. So wallets, mobile apps, which you already have produced, is just basically to now scale and implement across the house.
I mean, it seems like there's a lot of interesting things, but I think feedback would be to actually sort of make the journey, use like the product journey quite clear in the deck. So, but I'm still not too sure. I'm still not too sure exactly what you're selling to hospitals.
An example. Okay.
Okay, Abu, do you want to go?
Well, I was trying to sort of strip the product and figure out the problem you're solving.
Okay.
It's clear to me you want to solve a payment problem. People queue to make payment.
Yes.
That's one thing. And I know we call it EdTech, but really I just like to think of that as another fintech thing. Now, back to the health space. What problem, other than the payment convenience, are we solving? It seemed to me again that this is some element of ID and potentially a booking, appointment booking.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
So this is a support infrastructure for existing hospitals as is.
Yes.
It doesn't alter the existing hospital the way they attend to customers.
Yes.
Now, the real question where I'm going with this is that your progress so far is dependent on a lot of teaching hospitals. Right? It seemed to me that you've built this infrastructure on teaching hospitals.
Oh, yeah.
And therefore, you are entirely dependent on them if they pull the plug.
So we have both private hospitals and public. I use the word public hospitals. I use general hospitals in Abuja.
Correct.
Because the numbers are actually.
That seems to me that's where the number is.
That's where the numbers are.
Yeah,
That's
your 1 million is really general hospitals that have signed up to this.
Yes.
And at this point, you have not yet onboarded the patients yet. What you've done is you've built the infrastructure.
We've done the hospitals, yes.
You're about to spend money to onboard the patient. That's where your money is going.
Yes.
But if the general hospital pull the plug, that system become.
So that's the advantage of the mobile app. I mentioned 3 products: the wallet, which a patient can take, the card, and that's the mobile app. The mobile app is the one that is endorsed by NCC.
So think of me as your risk manager. I'm telling you now that if you build all of these systems, there is one person in the Ministry of Health who can write one memo, and they pull the plug, and the general hospitals then move on to something that they have gone on to.
Okay.
The entire system becomes an orphan system.
So the B part now is that I mentioned the 1 million. I mentioned expansion. So our expansion is that we're onboarding 1,000, supported by Baobab Accelerator, 1,000 private hospitals in the next 6 months, 1,000 doctors. So even the doctors also have a system that they can attend to the appointment. So our appointments are not for doctors alone. It's both the doctors. That's why I use the word healthcare providers and hospital. We needed the government, the public hospitals, because we can easily get numbers for data. We can learn. The system has learned over 10 years. So with everything we've learned, we know all the gaps. So all of these solutions I mentioned are basically solving a need. But at this time, the need we're focused on is the wallet system, because payment is a bit important.
So patient onboarding.
Patient onboarding.
Effectively, you want to onboard patients with the card.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Would I invest in the idea? The answer is yes. Do I think that we've provided enough clarity to make it a business? There's work to be done.
Okay.
Right. I think part of it might be that the scope of what you're trying to solve is so much that you may be spreading yourself thin, and you need to figure something out and do it very well, then you scale.
Not true. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just quickly, I think that, we've seen a lot of the electronic medical records companies, the EMRs, and generally what we want to see is how they're getting to scale, because you need the millions really for the economics to make sense. So I think similar comment about the public versus private exposure. And then I think the other piece is just, we didn't get a sense of your product. I think we were a little bit lost as you were talking about all the different components. You have a product in market. It would be helpful to see some visuals that might help us to understand what the product actually looks like, how people engage with it, this kind of thing. So you may consider that, as long as it's not protected information.
Okay, I'll just say one word. we're following I wanted to follow what everybody used, but the average pitch we had shows the wallet system, the mobile app itself, and then the hospital platform, how the three of them are connected to create a connected system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Hafiz Are, CEO, Primed Healthcare. Thank you so much. Thank you. So next we'll be calling on Henry Nwale. Henry Nwale, Schoolable.
Yes, thank you very much. The name is Nalue. You nearly murdered my name.
You have to find me.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not sure how to operate this.
Can somebody please help me? Technicals?
This is not mine.
So while we're waiting, John Oamen, please get ready. You'll be called on next. Okay, I've been told that John Oamen is not here. You are here. Fantastic, John.
Don't worry. Hello. Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Henry Nalue, and I'm the CEO of Schoolable. Okay. Every 4 minutes, 1,000 babies, gets born in the world, and in Nigeria we have 57, only behind India, China, and Pakistan. And the interesting thing is, in 2050, we're going to have 522 million youths in the world that are based in Africa. These people would need education. And not just any kind of education, they would need financial education. But the major headache for everybody, both the government, private sector, is how do we get the millions of people we're going to have in Africa educated? Where do we start? And incidentally, this also ties with how do we build the biggest financial institution in Nigeria and in Africa at large? And in a market where the youth population is booming, how are we going to build the biggest financial institution there? Where do you get the highest density of population among the young people? And where do you also get the highest frequency use case for these young people? And then finally, how do we build a go-to-market strategy that gets us fresh new customers at a zero cost? Mind you, a lot of digital banks and different products have tried to do this, and I'm sure they are making success. But the question is, how do we do this at scale? How do we engrave it in the system that we have in the country? And my solution to that is schools. All of us here, everybody, we pass through primary school, secondary school, university. So schools is the one place that we spend 20 years of our lives. Schools is the one place where you begin to learn about money. And that is why we built Schoolable. And Schoolable is an operating system for families in Africa. We acquire parents and their children from early stage when they are in school. And this gives us a huge edge. We have a greater revenue per user, 3 to 5x greater revenue per user ahead of every other digital bank. Our cost of acquiring these customers is 2% when you compare it to our annual revenue per user. And the LTV, the customer lifetime cycle for us is in their decades, it's 10 years plus. And we have a product that really, really solves a pain for families and their kids. And we're on a mission to capture the youngest consumers by creating an effective and inclusive financial operating system for them via supporting network of stakeholders. What we've done is to understand the bottlenecks of every stakeholder that is involved. We have the schools, we have the banks, we have the parents, and we have the kids. And what we've done is to identify their bottlenecks. For the schools, they have issues collecting payment from parents. For the banks, of course, the banks want 100% deposit of all the schools to come to them. For the parents, they have issues tracking and paying their children's school fees, giving their kids pocket money, and most importantly, understanding what their kids spend money on. For the kids, they have issues accepting cash gifts, and they are constantly exposed to the risk of thefts in schools all the time. We solve this with two products. We have the Schoolable Pay, which allows schools to collect payments, and which allow banks also, retain 100% deposits from the schools. And we have another product called Little. With it, we give kids a bank account the moment they are getting into school, and we give them a card. And for their parents, we give them a way to fund these accounts and give them a way to control it to ensure that their kids are spending money on the right things. And the most important feature here is that kids begin very early, as early as 9 years old, to try to understand how to spend money and what to spend money on. Okay, is that the end of it?
That's your time up.
All right, great.
That's your cue to end. Thank you very much. A round of applause for him. Any comments from the judges? Can we start with Collins? Collins, we've not forgotten you.
Don't forget me, please. Can I understand? So this is a bank for kids and parents?
Correct.
Or is it more, the parents already have banks, so it's more for kids, right?
It's a bank product for the kids, but you also find out their parents spend a lot of money on the kids, so the money comes from the parents. So like
Sorry, are you there?
Hello.
Okay, I wasn't hearing you anymore. But the reason I'm asking is that does the law allow you to give a 9-year-old a card? So
the accounts are not actually owned by the kids. The accounts are owned by their parents. So we issue the cards to their parents, but of course the kids are the ones that use it.
Okay, I think that's all for me.
Okay, Abu, would you like to respond?
No, well, I have a very good sense of what Schoolable has accomplished, so I'm not sure the pitching did much for me. I think there's far more to them than what was on the pitch deck. And unfortunately, you didn't get to the point where you showed traction, and I think that traction was really important. What I would say is that I would invest in any business today that is trying to solve financial literacy at the earliest possible stage in life, right? I would invest in that because I think a lot of the poverty issues we deal with later in life is actually a lack of financial literacy at the right time in our life. So thank you for building this product. I would also say that, are you looking at Little as a separate product, or this is Schoolable as a whole that is looking for the seed round? I think that much wasn't clear to me.
Okay, this is Schoolable as a whole raising seed round.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Again, that takes me to the fact that I think I know the company too much. I think there's far more to Schoolable than Little. So yes, the answer is yes. I think you build a business that solves a real problem and has demonstrated capacity to scale, and therefore I would invest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. I think agreed. Some work to do on the pitching so we can hear more in the short time. Totally understand that though. Would want to just get a better sense, because oftentimes when we see 2X founders, YC, all of this, valuation becomes a concern. So I think we'd have to understand that. You don't have to, of course, share publicly, but it's one question that I would want to understand. And then I didn't get a clear sense of what's your addressable market, who's really your target, whether it's the schools or parents, type of kids. Is it Nigeria? Is it Africa? Just to get us a better sense of the potential.
Thank you very much. Our addressable market is kids in, secondary school, right? Or from upper primary school to the rest of secondary school. And in Nigeria today, there are about 17 million of them. And we're focused on the ones in urban areas, which makes about 30 to 35%. And we are targeting to get at least 15% of that market, which takes us to about 3 million students. And the interesting thing about this is that kids pass through schools every year. And in schools where we are present today, every kid that gets into the school gets a bank account from Schoolable. And the idea is that they use that bank account until they get to 18, when they then become independent, and we give them actual financial services where we have taught them how to save, how to invest, and how to do all these other things that we can reap the future like. Yeah.
Thank you. Any?
Yeah, so I think I want to just sort of write on what Collins mentioned. The idea is definitely great. That much is clear. But you have to sort of look at like the regulatory side. You're dealing with both finance and education. These two things, generally people would be on edge around, how do you use the data and so on. So if you can, sort of partner with the Ministry of Education and Finance, get that regulatory part ahead of time, it also effectively creates a moat, because ultimately, once this starts to scale, every payment tech and bank in Nigeria wants to do the exact same thing.
Interestingly, what we do is, there's more to this than just giving cards, because you have to solve the merchant side of the problem, which is getting to the schools, working with the vendors there, giving them a POS machine, building an internal cards issuing scheme, and building all that out. So it's not just about issuing the cards. We have a strong moat in the schools. If you go to Queen's College today, St. Finbar's College, Methodist Boys, Ibobi College, all in Lagos, they're all using the Schoolable, the little card to give their kids pocket money.
No, yeah, I get that. I'm just saying that, like, once the model is very demonstrated, there will be competitors. So I think the way to get ahead of that is from the regulatory side.
Yeah, and that's why we are looking to raise $3 million to scale this across different schools. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Harry Nalui, did I get that? Schoolable, thank you so much for the presentation. Now, moving on next, I'll call on John Oamen. Live vent by Construct. Thank you very much. So we're coming to the end, so I'd just like to announce that. So thank you for being a wonderful audience. So your time starts now.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. My name is John Oamen, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to be talking about LiveVend. I'm the CEO and co-founder of LiveVend. We exist to solve some of the biggest pain points in the construction value chain by leveraging technology. And we've identified a couple of them through personal experience of the two co-founders and, of course, deep research. Some of them include the fact that the construction process is complicated in itself in the first place. Finding skilled labor can be a nightmare. The process being complex makes it hard to manage as well. And all these add to the fact that it's now tough to access financing for it. And very recently, we've also paid keen attention to the fact that there's a serious environmental impact of construction. So while construction is required to build Africa, we still can't run away from the fact that it adds to about 25 to 40% of carbon emission in the environment. So it means it's important that we look at this now. Now, as of today, the 14th of July, the construction procurement process, which is where we've chosen to start from, is a nightmare. Problems have either been deemed too complex to tackle or are being solved in fragments. And this is the opportunity that LiveVend has decided to take on and solve. Right now, we've built a platform where we connect vendors, accredited vendors of construction materials, and buyers. And we help them eliminate all the complexities in between, including things, like I said, like access to credit, carbon count for carbon emission, and the likes. Now, what's our unique value proposition? First things first, the fact that we make the procurement process transparent. So we shine a light on all the inadequacies in the space. The other thing is, there's typically the challenge of who gives value first. Do I pay money first for my goods, or do I receive them first? And so we brought about the escrow payments with an escrow partner. And what that means is that payment is made by the buyer, which gives comfort to the seller to release his goods, but he also has the comfort that as soon as his goods are delivered, his payments will be made to him as well. And even where there's any discrepancy between, we leverage partnerships to give credit to either side that needs it. The other thing is that for the charge which we charge on our platform, I'll get to the business model, which is less than 1% of transactions done on the platform, you also get goods in transit insurance. So what that means is that if your trucks fall on the Lagos bad roads, your goods are insured, right, at no extra charge. And this in all brings about a level of accountability. One of the problems we saw by experiencing the industry ourselves is that the main issue in the industry is accountability. Who is accountable for what? And of course, like I said, the fact that it's getting, very clear what the impact of carbon emission is doing to our environment, that makes it, something that I think we want to look at very urgently. So we're partnering with carbon credit companies to not only show carbon count of material bought on our platform, but also how you can offset this carbon count. Our initial market entry revenue model is this transaction fees, which I talked about, 0.95%. Just to give some context, typically, if you connect a buyer to a transaction, he's willing to give you somewhere between 5 and 10% of his profit as kind of like a kickback, right? And so for us, we are saying, if we charge less than 1%, just from talking to our industry players, we see that is something that they're happy to do and works for us as well. In the future, we'll have subscription fees for project monitoring, ad revenue for parts of the platform where we'll put out adverts. We're also generating serious data. So at some point, we'll also make revenue from reports as well. Our competitive advantage, really, like I said, the fact that personal pains of the co-founders who have 30 plus years experience in construction, experience, vision, and of course, we've built some very strategic relationships, including one with Sterling Bank, which we're very proud of. Thank you again, sir. The market opportunity shows that, well, typically, every year, construction contributes about 8 to 12% of GDP, and that typically is growing. That's apart from the fact that there's, in Nigeria, for example, a 14 plus million housing deficit, and purchase of construction materials. We could only get data for Kenya, Egypt, and Nigeria, from Statista, and that was recorded at about 60 billion. We know that Nigeria is typically not, the smallest of those economies. That means even here in Nigeria, we're probably doing over 20 billion in construction material purchases annually. Traction so far, we had onboarded about 1,000 vendors when we were looking at the B2B play. That changed during our beta testing, but so far we've onboarded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was your cue. Anyway, I can see your ask there. Now, who will start first? So, Olo.
We're conflicted, so I will.
Yeah, okay. Olo, do you want to go?
Sure. So I think the live event idea is really exciting. And here's the engineer in me speaking, right? It seems like a cool idea to sort of introduce, technology into the construction sector and find ways to sort of bring in these efficiencies. I'm rather unclear as to the actual stage of the platform. Has it been built? Is there already traction? Have there been transactions already?
Yeah, so because construction is very complex, we had built a platform before. We had to test that for about 14 months. We had players use it, toggle with it. We took a lot of feedback. We've recently built another after, we got invested in, which we're currently testing. So we have it's being used now as we speak. It's a web platform.
Yeah, I think it's a very interesting model. I would want to understand a bit more the projected revenue, similar to the other question, and then specifically, who is your target customer? What's the likely pipeline going forward? just given that it's so early stage. And then really exciting, similar to with Schoolables, exciting to see a female co-founder because we're not seeing very many of them today. But thank you for the presentation. I think provisional yes from this side.
Thank you. I always say I have 6 sisters. So we are at about 48% women in my organization. And I think beyond just being, for lack of a better word, sexy, because everybody's trying to say women, right? We've learned that women actually bring a lot of balance to the decision-making table. Precious on the team has about 20 years in construction consulting experience, and it was immense what she brought to the table in terms of helping us make good decisions. So yeah, thank you very much.
Fantastic. Collins, any feedback for Mr. Oamen? Collins, are you there?
Sorry about that. Yes, I think allied industry attacking, it's been difficult to apply tech to the construction industry. So I'm happy that you're trying to do that. Thanks a lot. I looked at your revenue projections. It would be good to take a look at that again because you're jumping from 400 million to 10 billion next year. I think it's something I would like to look at, but I'm interested in what you're doing. I would like to hear more. I think that's all for me.
Thank you so much, sir. I'll reach out to one of you.
Yes, we'll make the connections. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. John Oamen, Live Vend. Thank you. Can we please confirm if Dozier Iguelo is in the house for its presentation? Okay, fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, Dozier Iguelo, Quad Loop. Dozier Iguelo, Quad Loop. Thank you. That's very perfect. This is looking interesting. Okay, give it to one of the judges then. Thank you. So can we have his slides projected?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, my name is Dozier Iguelo. I want to start by saying, whenever you mention waste, what comes to mind first is plastic, right? But I will tell you for free that electronic waste is one of the fastest growing waste stream. That is worth about $2 billion. Yeah, my name is Dozier Iguelo. I'm the founder of Quad Loop. We leverage electronic waste to build sustainable devices. We're solving the problem with lack of electricity, electronic waste pollution, and of course, unhealthy uses of sources of lightning. Our opportunity, we're harnessing the waste to value model that allows us to use about 50% second life cell, reducing CO2 emission, and also reducing 70% e-waste. The product there is our flagship product called Idunu. It's a solar lantern that is designed to charge your phone and give you lightning. Yeah, like I said, we are providing clean, affordable lightning, reducing electronic waste pollution, and of course, leveraging waste to value. Our value proposition is pretty straightforward. Like we have 2 products, the solar lantern and the solar generator. The solar generator is made with lithium-ion batteries, which is called second life cells. Like for instance, if you're using your laptop and it gets to a point you call it like you can just discard the battery and be like, this battery is more like dead. We extract the cells and we run a test through them. When we run a test, it's called second life cell. That's what we reuse to build our product. Our product is designed with circularity at heart. Our business model is pretty straightforward. We partner with e-waste company. We are currently in partnership with Hickney Associates and Itera. Those are the 2 electronic waste companies currently in Nigeria. We sell, we replace 1-hour battery when it gets to end of life. The solar lantern they have 4 cells. So when the battery gets to end of life, we charge a token to swap the cell, which is typically 2 years. Our competitive advantage, we have other competitors like Sun King and Delight, but our product is designed locally, number 1. Number 2, we have a higher battery capacity. Number 3, we are designing with circularity at heart. Like I said, it allows us to swap the battery, not contributing to the amount of waste in the environment. Yeah, our market opportunity, our target market, the total addressable market is about 90 million Nigerians having issues with power, but we are looking at working with the 5 million % of Nigerians in rural off-grid areas, providing them with basic lighting and accessories. Our traction so far, we've sold 100 units of Idunu from 2017. We sold to targeted hospitals in Osun and Ogun State respectively. And we were able to design our upgraded version from iFair. I'm an alumni of iFair. That's why we came up with this design that allows us to harness 70% of e-waste to build the product. The body of the product is made from plexiglass. Plexiglass is a material that you find in discarded monitor screens. When we get this material, we cut it to specs using a CNC laser cutter machine, and that's what we use to house the product. We're asking for 500K seed investment, and we're looking for this money to use to scale up our production in terms of buying machines like laser cutter machine, vacuum forming machine, buy raw materials, and employ more hands. These are projected revenue. We plan to manufacture 3,600 lanterns, which will give us about 14.4 million in revenue, and in 3 years is $43,000. Our impact is SDG 13, 7, and 12. My name is Dozie Igwelo, the founder. I have Osele Ezabo, which is our finance and partnership. I have Ezechikwudi, which is our business developer, and Alex Shito is our CTO. So far, let me just say one thing. This is why you should invest in us. We have the raw materials, we have the team, and also we have the expertise. These are chunk load of batteries. These are plexiglass materials that we have in our warehouse somewhere in the Bejuleke in Lagos. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for him. Neka, can we start with you, to invest or not to invest?
I would say a maybe. One of the questions I have is the forward projections. We didn't hear too much about what the revenue is going forward beyond even this year. And then I think while you showed a bit the unit economics, the question about for the company as a whole, what does that look like going forward?
Yeah, so like I said, this is we sell the lantern for 20,000, making 4,000 for each unit, a profit of 4,000 for each unit. So let's say we produce 3,600. That's why we're making 14.4 million for a year. And we can, of course, scale up more than 3,600 for a year. So in a month, let's say we are doing 300 per month in a year, that's what we'll get.
Yeah, so I saw that in the deck, but that's more for the specific unit. I think what I want to understand at a company level, what does your EBITDA look like? How does that look like over time? It's not something you have to answer now, but this is the type of question I would want to understand.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Low.
Yeah, so renewable energy is something that CrossBoundary is very passionate about. We support the Nigeria Power Sector Program, which you may have heard of, given the sector. Yeah, this seems really exciting. And I think, generally speaking, the Nigerian federal government, NSI in particular, is really looking into folks who are actually making electrical components and electrical equipment in Nigeria.
Yeah.
So I think it would be good for us to touch base after, so we can get you on like those pipelines. But generally speaking, the questions that Nika asked are still very relevant. Actually seeing, what's the plan in terms of like finances. But yeah, we can touch base. I think it'd be good for you to sort of connect with NPSP, NSIA, Olon. Those are some of the activities.
Yeah, we're actually an investor from Olon. We got a 10,000 USD grant from NCIC Olon.
Oh, so you got into the Olon first month
of
August. Okay, great.
Yes.
Good to see.
Thank you. Abu, any comments?
So it's really going to come down to how competitive the solution is relative to the alternatives that are available. So I would spend a bit more time demonstrating that from the perspective of the consumer, this is a better solution than everything else that they can find in the market. Otherwise, I'm very much for the circular economy. I'm very much for recycling and renewable, but I recognize that it's not going to scale on my emotion. So I'm always looking for the commercial business case that would drive the scaling. So I love what you're doing. I think you can continue to improve on it. And I think that if you have funding to scale, your unit cost will come down. All of that is given, but you got to be very focused on how this can stand on its own, because a lot of us we speak all the English about the climate, but when we make decisions, we start to think about price.
Okay. Thank you so much for a very valid feedback. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Mr. Dozie Igwelu. Thank you. Please, can we confirm if Chibuike Agwene is here? And finally, Damilola Ashdam, she'll be joining us online. Can we confirm if she's... Yeah, no. I just want to confirm. Damilola Ashdam. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's make welcome to Mr. Chibuike Agwene, Omar Kitchen. Are we getting tired? Please, a round of applause. It's not easy. Let's encourage them. Thank you. Thank you. Can we please project his slides? Technicals?
Okay,
Great.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Today, I'm going to share with you how we're making healthy living accessible to all. By the way, Omar Kitchen is a digital family chef. We offer meal planning options, healthy meal options, but maybe in the course of the presentation, you will know more about us before I will tell you more about us. So first of all, what is the problem that we're trying to solve? Why Omar Kitchen? Or rather, I will ask, why can't you eat what you want when you want it and how you want it? Why can't you eat the right meal at the right time? Now, we have about maybe 2,000 people here. If we go to a restaurant, somebody might say, okay, if I'm hungry, I'll go to a restaurant. Imagine 2,000 of us going to a restaurant. They've already made a decision for us. You have fixed meal options there. You did not make any contribution, nothing from you. They are not particular about a healthy meal option, so you are limited to that option that is already made for you. You make no contribution towards that. So that is the problem that we're trying to solve, to make you contribute towards what you want. What do I want to eat today? What do you crave for? And again, we are working, we have registered dietitians that are part of our team so that we can help the family to plan their meals. There's something interesting that we're doing. Just 2 weeks ago, somebody came to us, a young family, to actually commend us for how we have helped their family. Because there's a working mom, very busy, so most times it doesn't have time to plan on meal to prepare and everything. So our dietitian helped them to create a meal plan for 1 month. And she came with the husband to actually thank us for how we have helped their family. They have a younger one, and then they have an elderly. The grandmother is staying with them. So they told us before, when they go to a restaurant, it's the same meal. What the child needs is not the same with what she needs. It's not the same with what the elderly mother in the home needs. So, but what we've done is that through our application, by the way, you can actually download it. Or maybe you can go to Play Store or App Store, you can download it. Even while this session is going on, you can, if you have someone in Enugu, you can actually create a meal plan and send to that person as a gift. There's option there. And that person can actually give you feedback on what we're talking about. So they came to thank us for how we have helped their family. And another interesting thing, if we go through the solution that we're providing, is that we are helping local farmers. That's one key thing that we're doing. Local farmers, because we work directly with them. So we are sure of the source of raw material. We are getting it directly. There's somebody, his name is Obina, 2 months ago, when we started, they have increased their revenue. He's a poultry farmer. He has increased his revenue by 50% as a result of what we're doing. So, and he has hired more, I think about 6 staff as a result of what we're doing. So we are looking at in the near future, over 1 million new direct and indirect jobs will be created as a result of Oma Kitchen. So we have professional dietitians. We have this, our platform helps to save costs. You can imagine if you want to prepare dish, maybe you need to pay for transport to go to a market. Beyond that, you also need to pay. You also need to pay to buy the stuff, and you can't get it at a good deal. Because of economic of scale, what happened is that we are buying in bulk and we are working directly with these local farmers. So buying in bulk actually enables us to reduce the cost. So maybe today you go to a restaurant, the food that you bought yesterday, 1,000 is now 3,000. It cannot happen with us because we are working directly with the local farmers. They see us more as a partner than as a customer, because beyond buying directly from them, we're actually helping them to actually standardize their process, because for us, quality starts from the source. So we are particular about the quality from that source. Food modification, there's no other place that you can actually get food modification. Maybe you crave for rice and you are a diabetic patient. They might tell you, don't eat rice. But with our solution, that rice can be modified for you. You can be modified, and you pay us a token for that. It's just a token. That's part of, when you talk about our business model, we make money through meal modification. We make money through logistics. We deliver this food. Let me tell you something. When you order food, maybe through a food ordering app, you order food, the rider goes to where they are selling the food. What would the rider do? Okay, time.
That's your cue. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for that presentation. Oma Kitchen. Let me start with you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that presentation. It seems like a very fascinating business idea. I think for me, feedback I have, and maybe you think about it when you tailor future pitches, like you just seem to be doing a lot of things at the same time. Wouldn't that make it challenging to like scale when you, for example, expand beyond, more than one city? You're currently active in which cities in Nigeria?
We're in Enugu at the moment.
Exactly. So if you want to scale to like one of the two of the tier 1 cities, it seems like you just have a lot.
No, it's not. What we're offering is specific in terms of healthy meal options. We have in-house dietitians. I think one of their core strengths is the kind of leadership structure that we've put in place. So we have different team that is focused on different stuff. So we make the meal. We have an industrial kitchen in Enugu with capacity to make about 1,000 meals a day. In fact, at the moment, our current traction is about $1,000 daily. We're looking at in the next 3 years, we're hoping to be making, we're projecting to be making about $10 million per month. So in just 2 months that we set up, we have over 2,000 people using it, and we've not done any paid advertisement. And of course, we've increased the revenue of the local community around us because we are working directly with farmers. So we're actually 100% focused. But the thing is, for us to deliver this, we need to control the delivery. If we don't control it, it means that we are not sure. We can't guarantee the quantity. This is food. It's very delicate. That's why we're doing it. So it's not really a distraction. And we have a team that is actually focused on that.
Can I give Collins an opportunity to speak here then? Collins, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, but I'm still struggling to understand the business. So let me just understand. You have a kitchen and then you have an app, and people order meals, specialized meals through your app, right?
Yes, Yes. We have an industrial kitchen. It's a digital kitchen. See it as you have a chef. Instead of hiring a cook at home, you have a chef. And whatever you want, you just use the app. You can actually download it. If you have somebody, you can download it. Order meal plan. Go to Play Store, App Store. If you have anybody in Enugu, you can download it. Create a meal plan. Whatever you want, even if it's not on our menu, you can actually even create your own recipe, and we'll make the food for you. So we have an industrial digital. You see it as a digital family chef, and we help you with meal planning.
So I understand that now. Thank you very much. So if you want to scale, that means if you want to come to Lagos, you build an industrial kitchen and then extend your app to Lagos so that people can order their meals.
Yes. And the interesting thing is that we don't spend the kind of real estate costs that a traditional restaurants have, because they will do it in high-brown area, but ours, you can do it anywhere because you don't come there. We actually come to you. So it saves costs for us.
Interesting. I would like to see, I would like to get more details maybe after the presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Collins. Nneka.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I think we've seen, obviously, recently a very loud entry and failure of a cloud kitchen type model in Kenya, so would definitely want to understand what you've learned, if anything, from that, how you all are slightly different. We've also seen other cloud kitchens doing very well, so I think excited to learn more about the model. I think your answer to the question most recently about traction should be in the pitch.
Yes.
You should really talk about the fact that you've had very little marketing, 2 months of operations, this many users, what kind of retention rate, this kind of thing, because it's very compelling.
Okay, thank you. Just to add to what you said, and another thing that I think I'll leave you with is, this is investment in us is not just guaranteed a huge return on investment, but it's like you are using one stone to kill not just 2 birds, but 3 birds, because you are investing in local community in terms of the farmers that we're empowering, and you are part of something big. Just for a second, imagine the people that invested early in Google. They did not just get returns on their investment, they changed an industry. We're trying to change the food industry so that the food that you eat is not just limited based on the option that the restaurants made for you. They don't know you, they don't know the diet, your diet need, but they made a choice for you. We are changing an industry. So investing in us is being part of something big. That's a very interesting thing for everybody to know here. It is about changing the food industry, which has remained the same for decades. That's what we're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to say anything, Abu?
Well, other than the fact that I'm conflicted, no, I will invest in Oma. I have enough to know that the problem is real and it's a scaled problem, so it requires a scalable solution.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You have one person who is happy to invest. In fact, 2 persons who are happy to invest in you. I'm even surprised. Nneka, this is a real solution for someone like you who is very picky about food.
So please download the app, please. If you are coming to Enugu, please don't bother about what you are going to eat. We will handle that. Just focus on the business. Thank you.
We are going to charge you for commercials, Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause for Omar Kitchen. Thank you very much. We have one more person who is going to present, and she's presenting online. So please confirm if Damilola is online. Ashdam Sola. Damilola, can you hear us? How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I'm right here. I'm online.
Okay. So please confirm that you can share your screen.
Okay, can you see my screen?
It's coming up. Yes, we can. So your time starts now, Damilola. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Damilola Ashaleye. I am the co-founder and chief operating officer of Ashdam Solar Company Limited. Can you please confirm? Okay, yeah, I can see it right now. So I'm the co-founder and chief operating officer of Ashdam Solar Company Limited. We're a renewable energy company that is based in Nigeria. We are headquartered in Oyo State, but we have installations nationwide, and we got incorporated and commenced operations since 2007. So the problem that Ashdam Solar is solving is the lack of access to clean, affordable, and reliable energy in Nigeria. According to the International Energy Agency, Nigeria have over 93 million people that are without electricity access. And this is because we have poor infrastructure, we have a lot of transmission losses, and then our generating capacity can't go across everyone in the country. This creates energy poverty across the nation in areas such as education, agriculture, manufacturing, telecommunication, just to mention a few. And this push users of electricity and energy to go for alternative source of energy, such as fossil fuel generators and kerosene lanterns, which also now leads to climate change and global warming. Ashdam Solar's solution to this is to provide quality, smart, decentralized, and clean energy solutions for both urban households, businesses, organizations, and also for off-grid communities in Nigeria. And we do this through 4 main solutions. We do this through solar installations for urban areas. We do this through solar home systems. I'll go more into that in a couple of minutes, and also through solar mini grids. And we also do this through renewable energy trading. So for our target market for the solar installations and solar home systems, they are very similar. We offer for urban and peri-urban locations, households, commercial users, religious organizations. But then for solar mini grid, our solutions are mainly for communities that are minimum of 10 kilometers away from the national grid. And we offer for households in these communities and also for commercial users for productive use of energy. Our business models for these 3 solutions also, now I'm removing the renewable energy from these solutions now, but for the 3 major solutions, which are the solar installations, solar home system, and solar mini grid, they also differ. For like our solar installations, we offer upfront payments. For our solar home systems, we offer upfront payments and also offer pay-as-you-go solutions. So that means our users can pay as small as 1,000 naira per week to be able to have access to lighting points and charge their phone. And then for our solar mini grid, we offer smart prepaid meters that allow our users to pay for just what they need to use. Our users can pay as less as 500 naira and have electricity for a week, and also have opportunity for multiple tariff structure. And then we also add community shared value in our solar mini grid solutions. Our growth strategy is to have 6 solar mini grid in the next 3 years, distribute about 4,000 solar home systems across rural communities in the next 3 years also, and have about 500 urban household connections in the next 3 years. Our market opportunity is very huge, over 200 million people in Nigeria, and we all can attest that our electricity is very, very poor. But we are bringing this down to the southwest region because we are able to focus more on this region because of our locality, and we have identified 153 viable communities with over 1 million households that are ready to take on our solar mini grid solution. Now, for attraction, in the year 2020, we're able to raise raise investment of $100,000 to deploy our very first solar mini grid, and we're able to deploy for over 500 households for that mini grid, which cut across 7 communities in a coastal region. And also in the year 2021, we were able to raise a grant of $10,000 and also $3,000. And in this year, 2022, we'll be able to do about 665 unique connections, and our sales revenue for the half of the year was $170,000. Our investment ask is $215,000, and we are going to use these funds to deploy 2 more solar mini grid to replicate and improve on the one that we've already done in the coastal region. And this coastal region is in Ondo State, to be precise. And we're going to be using these funds to design, procure equipment, do electricity distribution, multi-structure, and also for administrative expenses. And the impact opportunity for this is that we are going to be able to impact over 600 households and commercial users. We're going to be providing good access to education, because with electricity in the rural communities, the community are able, the students, okay, thank you. I think my time is
Thank you very much. Thank you, Damilola. A round of applause for Damilola Ashadari Ashdam Sola. So, Collins, let's start with you. Your feedback to invest or not to invest?
The problem you are solving stares us in the face every day. We're living in darkness, so thank you for trying to attack power. You said you're focused on the Southwest, but I noticed that my state, Imo, is part of your customer base. So have you moved me to the Southwest? But on a serious note, if you, I like the fact that you said you wanted to start somewhere, you're starting in Ibadan, and you want to focus a bit on those areas so that you can build scale before you expand. Because I'm just thinking about how you want to scale with the users, how you're going to attack each market. They're building mini grids. If those mini grids are scattered too far away, how do you provide support to your users and others? So, but I think I like the idea you're attacking. Everybody understands that now that diesel has gone out of the reach of the poor, fuel has gone out of the reach of the poor. I guess solar is the only option we have to solve our power problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Collins. So I'll come to Nneka.
Thank you. I think one question I'm having is the balance between the grants and the debt. And do you see this becoming a fully sustainable business without grants in the future? What's the time frame for that? Just to better understand the path to growth.
Okay, so my response to that is we have been operating for several years without grants, and we have been operating in the solar installation sector. But then for the first mini grid that we deployed, mini grid is different from the regular solar installations for urban areas. So for the first mini grid we deployed, we were able to get a convertible debt and a grant. But then even without the grant, our break even is 7 years. And we are able to operate our mini grid for 20 years because solar panels have a very, very long lifespan. But then our break even is 7 years. So we still have 13 years to be able to make profits on the solar mini grids.
And then I don't know if you can share what terms you're looking at for the debt. It's not something we could do, but I think helpful to include that in a pitch.
Okay. I don't have that here, but then it's something that we can discuss further.
Thank you very much. Abu and
so I do not see an equity opportunity, but I see potential for a debt opportunity, specifically blended finance or some form of intervention fund, because it exists already. Last year, we had a partner that got funding from us to deploy to 100,000 homes, right? So that kind of large-scale deployment, and it was only possible because it was blended finance. They're going to get a single-digit interest fund. So that's something you should look at. The second point is that for this kind of deployment, there is a World Bank Access to Power Fund, about $250 million, that would actually make this viable. Without it, it's incredibly difficult for it to be profitable. So if you combine the access to that discount as well as blended financing, then you then have a business that's viable.
My response to that side is, even in Nigeria, there is the rural electrification grant that for each connection we make, we are able to get $350 as subsidy grants. So that's subsidized and also cushion the effect of the return on investment for our deployments.
Okay, just know that we can contact my team. Let's discuss the possibility of finding a debt that might make it work.
Okay, thank you, sir. And then I also have a response to Mr. Collins. He made reference to, even if we are in a location that we are not there, how are we able to monitor the systems? So right now I'm in Ibadan, but I can see what is happening on our mini grid sites on the coastal region in Ondo State, because we have online monitoring, we have technology that has been installed that we can even, if there's a theft, if there's an electricity theft, we can detect it and even disconnect a customer remotely without being there physically. So we have online monitoring and technology, telecommunication technology that is what we are deploying.
Thank you very much, Damilola. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to Damilola Ashdam Solar. Now we are coming to the end, the last but not the least in any way. So I'm going to take you all the way to Namibia. Thomas Daniel, who is the CEO of Desert Dance Edible Oil. Are you ready, Thomas Daniel?
While he gets ready, thank you all so much. I'm so sorry I have to head out, but I really appreciate all the founders who came to pitch to us today. So
thank you so much. Thank you. Can we take a picture with her before she leaves, please? Can we just quickly, can we take a picture with you before you go, please? Please, let's quickly take a picture with. Sorry, we just had to do that. We have one more person from Namibia to pitch, and this is truly an African pitch, so we need to have the Namibian have his presentation, Mr. Thomas. So ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Thomas online. Are you ready, Thomas?
Yes, I'm ready.
Can you please confirm you can share your screen?
Yes, I'm ready, ma'am.
Okay, then your time starts now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity. I'm from Developmental Oil, Namibia. We believe in cooking oil, in edible oil. That's our product. By growing it with seed. Namibia is depending on South Africa on basic necessities, including food and other products, which has been a threat to our country's food security. Amidst of the previous lockdowns, we have been seeing on how oil prices has been increasing 50% due to scarcity of seeds, transportation costs, and customs delay that we do not have any control over. We are trying to provide food security, create job opportunities, and to reduce the cost of living in our country. The opportunities is that Namibia does not have any local edible oil, like cooking oil that we cook to bake and to create our nice food. We don't have any oil of our own. They are all imported from our neighboring country, which is South Africa. So I feel like that's a very strong opportunity. And we have the greatest atmosphere and environment to grow sunflower seeds if given the opportunity. To proceed with the solution, the Edible Oil Namibia Project Innovation will provide food security and to make Namibia a self-dependent country in terms of edible oil products. With the highest unemployment rate in our country, our project will meet the government almost halfway by creating job opportunities directly and indirectly of a target of 30% of Namibia's population in 15 years to come. So in about 15 years to come, we are targeting at least 30% of the population to be directly and indirectly involved with us. Value proposition. Our product is believed to be of quality, placed with a great taste and an aroma of African heritage. The bottled product comes in 4 different low price packets, low price packets. Sunflower oil is of good health to the human body. Furthermore, it's of clean energy to its consumers. Everything is clean about it. It is of African heritage, so it's from home. And it will come in different bottles. For now, we have about 4 that we have targeted to packet it in. Our business model, we aim on being the leading edible oil provider in the whole of Western and Southern Africa. We plan on doing sales to retail shops, schools, hospitals, leading government branches, and the whole private sector as an entity. So we are trying to reach out everywhere, Western and Southern Africa, in providing oil. It's basically just growing seeds, going through machine by extraction, and then the byproduct is sunflower cooking oil. Competitive advantage. Like I said, our main competition in Namibia is South Africa. Transportation, we have advantage of that. Since it's coming from South Africa, it will no longer have to come from South Africa, because in Namibia, we as a company already got about 20,000 hectares of land in our name. So transportation won't be a problem. The cost is from Namibia, so there's no other competitors. We'll be the only ones. So cost to be very cheap, very, very cheap compared to almost half the price they are selling it for. And then the laws will be in our favor. The food production laws will be in our favor. Since we have government policies in our favor, and the foreign competitors will be heavily attacked by that. Definitely. As I proceed, market opportunity, with evidence on our research, we believe our product can reach to 75% of the population as a daily production of usage, which will result in definite large profits. We plan on employing women and the indigenous communities. Like our country has many indigenous people that are failed to be educated formally. So we plan on training them and putting them within our story of descendants, and also involving women as our main at our heart. They are very at our heart. We provide training in agriculture on a commercial level, and further providing educational sponsorships to bright university students across Africa to one day be part of our story. We dedicate on donating a percentage of our profits. This is now after every financial year, to help communities whenever the situation may be presented. Traction, we have managed to acquire a 20,000 hectare farmland to use for production. We are in the process of obtaining primary production funds. We have managed on ourselves to raise $15,000 and our partners are Namibian food organizations and technology institutes that are willing to support us once funds have arisen. How much do you need to scale your impact? We need in total for the whole production to go on, we need a total of $1,176,000. But for the primary phase, which is our target for now, we are only targeting about $294,117 approximately. To continue investment areas, the primary phase consists of allocation of boreholes, solar power, sustainable debushing, fencing, and skills provision of women employees. So the first phase of our stage is to just get these things that I just mentioned now to be set already. And then the secondary phase will include insurance, salaries, seeds and fertilizers, warehouse, machinery costs, tractor costs, and motor vehicles. Project revenue. How much money do you plan to make in the next 3 years? For now, we have a 5-year plan, but it's more than that. Our target per year is about $941,136.
Thank you very much, Mr. Daniel. That is your cue to end. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause from Thomas Daniel. Destined edible oils. So the two men standing. Can we have feedback for Daniel?
Okay, I like simple businesses. What I see is you've got land and you want to deliver oil, and everything in between the land and the oil is still work in progress. That worries me. Because you are going to become the farmer, you are going to create the farming community, you're going to grow the crops, you're going to install the processing plant, you're going to create distribution network. It's a very complicated business for a startup. Those kind of businesses are best done by people who already have a lot of control over many components of it. So that would be my first feedback to you. The second one is more of a question. Do you own the 20,000 hectares of land, or under what sort of condition has that land been vested on the company? And finally, Yeah, finally, obviously, is what is going to be the primary source? I saw sunflower there. Is it sunflower cooking oil we're looking at, or those were just pictures?
Okay. To start off, thank you for the question, sir. For the land, regarding the land, for our country, we are given the opportunity to use commercial farmland. So we have applied for it. We have given our reasons, and they have approved it that we can do whatever we want within our business range, which we have presented to them by the Ministry of Land and Settlement here in Namibia, and they've accepted it. And regarding the second question, which is about the seeds. The seed is all about planting sunflower seeds on the land and then getting machinery to extract oil from them. So it's basically sunflower seed cooking oil, edible. And then with further individuals, we plan on pursuing ground oil nuts and olive oil nuts once we are confident about the business and market.
Thank you very much. Is that okay?
Yeah, I guess for me to invest, I would like a situation where the phase that comes through first is one where you have a lot of control. And so, for instance, if you're relying on product that's already existing in the market and you're processing it, then I know you have some level of control over processing into oil. But at this point, the risk is, am I investing in the farm? Am I investing in the processing factory? And all of that makes it more complicated. But I appreciate the problem you're trying to solve. I think that the law is on your side, the policies are on your side, and so you do have a chance to create a niche for yourself.
Thank you very much for the feedback. Olu?
Yes, I'll just kind of rehash what Abubakar has already said. It'd be good to know, if sunflowers, for example, are well known to grow in Namibia. And is there already like a cottage industry of those that actually produce these already, or is this completely greenfield? That would be like very concerning for, I guess, most investors.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, do you want to respond? Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah,
thank you.
I definitely want to respond to that. Regarding the market is there. The only disadvantage we have as an individual and on this company is that it hurts me to know the fact that we have the right environment. Sunflower seeds, our crop scientists have a report on it, and they've realized that Namibia, even though it's in the Sub-Saharan deserts, it's still perfect to grow sunflower seeds since they are xerophytic and they can capture sunlight and be without water for a long period of time, which our economy unfortunately provides. But then, yeah, they can grow here and they can create quality, tasteful oil. And regarding the second question is about when you invest in us, you're not investing in the farm, you're investing in the market. You're investing, all we need is machineries, fertilizers and seeds. That's all we need. You will be involved in the profit making. Yeah. We'll create, we are in the production line. So that's how our investors will be involved in.
Okay, thank you very much, fine answer. I was told that Collins is still online. Collins, any thoughts from you? Hello, Collins, are you there? Okay. So like I predicted, these are the two men standing. So ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of this steel room session. Please, a round of applause to all the judges. Ms. Neka Eze, who's just left, Mr. Collins Onwegu, Mr. Olowo Aminu, and Mr. Abubakar Suleiman. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. And to all our pitchers, thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause to all of them, both online and the ones here physically. We'd like to take a picture with you if you don't mind. So please, if you can make your way to the stage, we'd like to have you on stage for that picture to capture this moment when you presented your companies to these investors. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, are you tired of clapping? It's not easy. It's not easy at all. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Congratulations. Fantastic speech. Fantastic speech. Thank you. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Fantastic pitch. Thank you. Thank you.
Mesdames et messieurs, c'était la présentation des lancements de projets par nos différents lanceurs de projets.
Please, another round of applause for them. Every pitch was important. And we believe somehow they'll be able to earn. I actually have a pitch as an MC. I need like 20 million to expand my MC job. I hope to train 5 more MCs in the next 5 years. And in the next 5 years, we'll be making like 150 million. By the time I remove my own money, you can share the profit with the remaining. But that's easy. Someone had actually pitched in Israel once that they are doing 3D laser printed meat. Meat to save the environment. So you print it 3D laser. And I told him, I said, with the way to print colored paper in Nigeria is hard, I would prefer black and white meat. Something without blood to make it easy for myself. So we will get 2 quick things to be done. One of them, of course, will be a special message on feedback. But first, I've been told that we have a short video to share. And after that, I'll call on our special guest who has some messages for us. You have heard about the UN Global Compact. I'll tell you a little about it after this video.
My name is Anthony Uwei, and I sell chicken and eggs for a living. Sterling Bank has supported us through the Sway Action program. It's a very deliberate attempt of a traditional bank in Nigeria to support agriculture. A single-digit interest rate from a commercial bank in Nigeria is actually very applaudable. The financing actually was very good for us in expanding our capacity. Since when we got the financing, we were able to double our capacity to produce more for the market. We've worked with more smallholder farmers. Wealth is actually created in the value chain. We've employed more staff, and of course, we've provided more chicken and eggs for the markets. Now, farmers know that the Sterling Bank Sway AgFin program actually works and is real. So for farmers, take advantage of this opportunity. Your dream can get better with Sterling Bank Sway AgFin.
That's the point where you clap, really. So moving now to something more realistic than my earlier pitch. I can actually pitch anywhere in the world. I've done that at the UN before. We went with the minister and people were doing pitches. I told them, I said, we are conserving land in Nigeria that we plant trees in our hands. Even the minister was shocked. He said, Ben, are you sure we do that in Nigeria? I said, yes, we do palm trees. So we plant them, palm trees, and we produce palm oil from them, all from our hands. So the next is a very realistic one. We've been working on volunteering initiative based on CEO commitments to implement universally sustainable principles and to undertake very realistic issues to support global companies, and they are committed to responsible business practices. And that's why I'm talking about this next person who's coming up, because she's worked hard to bring businesses and the UN together to give a human face to the global market. Let's therefore welcome for our feedback on what we have done so far. It's actually a summary on our thoughts, our minds, and our actions to be taken. So she will share with us the summit's communique and also share with us on practical steps that will follow what we have done between now and the next year's conference. Let's therefore welcome Senior Manager at the United Nations Global Compact, Madam Tumi Onamade. Please put your hands together as she comes up. Can we clap for her, please? I like applauses following me to the point.
Hello. Right. Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. Thank you for staying with us throughout yesterday and also today. Very quickly, I will just be running through the communique of the Africa Social Impact Summit, which was held yesterday and today for the year 2022. Now, rolling through the next steps, these are the items we would want you to take home, strategize, put together whatever it is that touches the particular interest of your mind, work on it, implement, and let's see the growth that we can bring to Africa as a continent. Going through the sessions that we held yesterday, starting off with the very first session, which was on impact investment, the theme being funding, measuring outcomes, and scaling impact. The panel discussions, the panelists highlighted the following as major bottlenecks to scaling impact. Now, there's extreme poverty level in Africa. There are 500 million people and 3 million people living in extreme poverty with less than $2 a day. They also highlighted the high rate of employment and also inadequate access to basic infrastructures. The panelists further mentioned that the following recommendations to address these issues. One, public-private partnership and collaborations, which is very much important in the continent of Africa. Inclusive growth and MSME funding, financing as well, and advocacy campaigns for creating a conducive, tolerable environment for players in that ecosystem, and that was what we talked about on impact investments. The second session held yesterday, the topic being education, building back better, solving the challenge of quality and access. It was a very interesting session with well-grounded panelists talking about the topic. One of the data that was rolled out yesterday, 84 million children and young people are going to be out of school by 2030, with Nigeria accounting for 10% of that number. About 147 million learners missed half of their in-class instructions over the past 2 years due to the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we're very much aware of these issues. It's prevalent in the people that we see in our everyday lives. The recommendations, the next steps, which are very much important to rethink, redefine, and redefine approaches to delivering education by setting key performance indicators, and also creating a learning framework globally and contextualizing the results locally. So in that's for education, what we have to do, public-private partnerships as well, and also localize how we want to contextualize the result that we're looking for. The third session we held yesterday, private healthcare, building back sustainability, ensuring equitable access and profitable growth. The panelists highlighted the following: inadequate access and inequitable uptake to current healthcare indices in Nigeria, with only 20% functional facilities out of 30,000 healthcare facilities. Increased mortality and morbidity rates, which are increasing every other year. Now, some areas where the panelists also recommended that we take action is government financing, and also from the private sector, innovative measures aimed at the primary healthcare sector, where we can see substantial change, substantial improvement. And also, one of the key items that was mentioned was motivating the workers in the healthcare space, especially in the rural areas, so that they're able to continually do their work diligently and also provide respectful healthcare. We also addressed the session climate action, structural regulatory framework, and opportunities in transition into a circular economy. The issue of pollution and waste management was highlighted, which is a very critical issue, and we can see the effects in our lives every day in Nigeria. And also the plastic crisis, which accounts for a very high percentage of pollution in the environment. What we need to do in Africa today is to define what circular economy is for us, right? While also focusing on the adaptation aspects for us. And also the MSMEs, there's a huge opportunity for MSMEs, huge opportunity for entrepreneurs to venture into this aspect, look at the areas where it would be viable business for them, and also look out for financing opportunities as well that are available for this particular sector. We looked at governance, which was the last session for yesterday, enabling policies and implementation to aid the SDGs. One of the very key points that I remember yesterday was insufficient data on SDGs. And even looking at every other thing, a lot of times the data that is usually rolled out is, someone mentioned yesterday, always has to have a UN in front of it. But the local data is something that somebody can pick up and decide to put together a framework or a platform pulling together that data, and also the lack of accountability and transparency within the SDGs. Now, I also remember that the conversations, recommendations, next steps was to leverage citizens' participation in governance and also promote interstate partnerships and connections where there's a peer-to-peer learning among states in Nigeria and amongst countries on the African continent. We started off today's session with gender empowerment, leveling the playing field, access to opportunities for expression, investment, self-development, and employment. Now, during the panel session, the panelists highlighted a very interesting data, the IOM data, which is 90 million people are living in extreme poverty, 70% of them being that number being women. Also, a very key topic addressed was gender-based violence, which prevents women from attaining their full potential. The end of that session was to address the access to justice, access to proper legal standards, and the need to create advocacy and awareness where we can get men as agents of change, and also where we have trainings for the health workers, for any other institution that's any other institution that is usually responding to gender-based violence, or where they can also prefer respectful healthcare management systems. The last session for today was on youth development, empowering youth talent for wealth creation. And one of the things highlighted was the inadequate vocational skills amongst the youth. There was numerous opportunities, as well as poor technology education among the youths. The panelists further recommended that there's a high need to prioritize technology education by collaborating with IT companies and also helping young people understand their pathways. So be it educational, entrepreneurial, vocational, whichever pathways, whatever might be the case for that particular segment of audience or segment of participants. These are the areas that we covered on today. They were very interesting topics, 7 very, very key areas that's at the foundation and the bedrock of any society. So thank you very much of time. I hope that you've been able to take notes from these next steps. Please do act on it and let us make substantial change to our continent, Africa. Thank you very much.
Clap louder. Yeah, because we're almost done. Let's clap for ourselves, clap for ourselves. since yesterday. We've been here since 9 a.m. and it's about 3:12 p.m. Nigerian time. Since we have other African countries, that's West African time, 3:12 p.m. West African time. So we've done so well for the past 2 days. ASIS, Africa Social Impact Summit, the maiden edition. Let's clap for ourselves again, because we've had conversations about rethinking, rebuilding, and recovery, accelerating growth for the Sustainable Development Goals. But before we go, the convener that made all of us come here, at least for the last 48 hours, she will be expressing her heartfelt appreciation to all of us. The convener started her career as a journalist before joining Sterling Bank. At Sterling Bank, she served in various leadership roles, including leading the business intelligence unit, quality assurance, brand management, corporate social responsibility, and branch development teams, with responsibilities that included regulator and stakeholder engagement across the country. She led the establishment of Africa's first free crowdfunding platform for social impact, giving.ng, which also give grants to projects in alignment with the SDGs on it. Our convener sits on the board of the One Health Workers Fund and holds a BSc in mass communication from the University of Lagos. Are those from University of Lagos here? If it was your alumni, thank you. Okay, I didn't. Aha, you know. She's a chartered member of the Nigerian Institute of Public Relations. She also holds a master's in public and international affairs. Our convener, Olakbeju Ibekwe, the Chief Executive Officer, Sterling One Foundation. Please give her a round of applause as she comes on the podium to give her vote of thanks. Please, can we clap more? They've really done well in the last 2 days.
Okay, it is with gratitude, immense gratitude, that I stand before you today. As we've come to the end of this groundbreaking summit over the last 48 hours. First, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who was represented here by Dr. Sarah Alade. I would like to also appreciate the United Nations Assistant Secretary General, Mrs. Sanda Ojambo, who is in charge of the United Nations Global Compact. I would like to appreciate, there's a long list, so I'm not standing on existing protocols. I'm calling everyone. I would like to appreciate Dr. Sarah Alade, who also made it here. I would like to appreciate Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Executive Governor of Lagos State, who joined us also yesterday online. I would like to thank Mr. Matthias Schmale, and that's how Nancy calls him, the United Nations Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator in Nigeria. I'd like to say thank you to the British Deputy High Commissioner, Mr. Ben Llewellyn-Jones, who was also here with us. I'd like to appreciate Mr. Abubakar Suleiman, the Managing Director, CEO of Sterling Bank, and he's a member of our board, Sterling One Foundation Board, for his immense support and being our backbone. I'd like to say thank you to Mrs. Patricia Obozuwa, the Vice President, Government Affairs, Communications and Sustainability, the Coca-Cola Company. And I would like to appreciate our amazing, fantastic panelists. Can you please put your hands together? Our panelists joined us from across the globe. I would like to say thank you so much. Out of your very busy schedules, you gave up a whole 2 days for the summit. Thank you so much. I would also like to now say thank you to our partners who worked with us tirelessly over the last few months to make this event a possibility. I'll start with Sterling Bank. Please put your hands together for Sterling Bank. Sterling Bank is the bank with a heart. Heart meaning health, education, agriculture, renewable energy, and transport. I'd like to say thank you so much to our lead partner, Sterling Bank. I'd like to appreciate the Coca-Cola company. Please put your hands together for them too. And I'd like to say thank you to VFD Group, ProShare, Ventures Africa, Techabal, and the Nigerian Climate Innovation Center, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group. I'm going to be specifically appreciating our deal room partner, the Impact Investors Foundation. Please put your hands together. I would also now say that for everyone in this room that has taken time out to join us at this conference, distinguished delegates at the inaugural Africa Social Impact Summit. Can you please do me the favor of putting your hands together for yourselves? Thank you. I'm also appreciating our online audience. We had over 52 countries register to be a part of this summit. So I know they're watching us online. You are recognized and you are appreciated. And our unicorns in the making. Amen, right? Thank you, our investees, for your fantastic presentations. Thank you for the innovative ideas. And I trust you keep on keeping on until you become a unicorn. We're rooting for you. Everyone here is rooting for you. Our speakers said a lot of amazing, thought-provoking, insightful facts over the last 2 days. It is not for us to just talk and go. Like we have emphasized, this is not a talk shop. We will be following up with everyone that has spoken. We're going to be following up also with the investors. We're hoping and trusting that by this time next year, some of those your desires would have come to pass and you would have gotten those funding. So we'll work closely with them, and we're also going to be identifying key issues that were raised, and we're going to be working to execute, to ensure that we move from point A to point B. We are well aware that this is not a sprint. It's a marathon. At the Sterling One Foundation, we're open to partnerships to move the needle, to ensure that the desires we've identified become our reality. But beyond what Sterling One Foundation is doing, this is also a charge to everyone here and everyone watching us online. Wherever you are, seek partnerships to scale and to do more, because that's the only way we can actually achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2030. In your spaces, please, let this theme not remain here. Rethink, rebuild, and let us all recover together. Thank you for your time. I think the microphone recognized my sins and rebuild. How can I not appreciate them? Please help me appreciate Nancy Nnaji for a fantastic job done, and half human, half amazing Ben. Thank you. Well done. Well done. And yes, some people have not been sleeping over the last few days to make this a reality. My team at the Sterling One Foundation have done fantastic work. if I say so myself. Do you agree with me? And the partners that also made this all happen. Please, thank you. I don't know if you're anywhere, if you can just raise up your hands, let's see you. Well done, well done. Well done, thank you.
It's part of the program. We are posing for the press. Photographer. Can we use this picture to collect loan?
Mesdames et messieurs, chers invités, ceci est un résumé bref du sommet. Le sommet consistait à la présentation de différents points énumérés. Parmi les points énumérés, il y a le message de bonne volonté qui consistait à l'objectif du terrain des marchés, les attentes des investisseurs et des finalistes, l'autonomisation des femmes et du genre en général, uniformiser les règles du jeu, accès aux opportunités d'express, d'investissement et d'emploi, le lancement des projets par les lanceurs des projets et des débutants, les commentaires généraux de la part de nos différents investisseurs, la présentation du communiqué qui s'est fait par Madame Tumi Onamade. La présentation consistait à énumérer les différents points élaborés aujourd'hui et le vote du remerciement de la part de la fondatrice de la fondation Sterling One. Merci.
Thank you very much. Can you clap in French? Well, that's very motivational for me. I'd been at a conference once for renewable energy and somebody was talking about light. He said, you do not diminish when you illuminate other people. And I asked the man a question. I said, has your neighbor ever plugged, pressing iron on I passed my neighbor generator? You will know that there's difference between candle light sharing and generator light sharing. There's a difference. But we thank all our people who have shared their ideas and they have agreed that we can benefit from the products. Please, let's put our hands together some more for them.
Thank you very, very, very much. Ben, which one of those interested, which ones, appeal to you? For me...
I like that multilingual pen.
Okay, for me too. Anything around schooling or, because when they were making their presentations, what came to my mind? Okay, money. And I remember a little boy asked the dad, how much does it even take to get married? And the dad replied, I was like, I don't know, I'm still paying, so I don't know.
It takes a long time. You can't finish paying for marriage. In some places, you marry the entire community. And they describe you as an illustrious son. But we have had a wonderful program. In this hall, we have had voices of government representatives, civil society groups, the private sector, and the development community. We have also had a convergence of speakers and panelists, financiers and pitchers, employers and employees. We have had to pursue the one strategy of effective collaboration, and we have stirred in you the dialogue towards the one goal, inclusive development conversation. So from here, through the help of one partnership between Sterling One Foundation and the UN Global Impact, or Compact, and the one umbrella Sterling Bank, the one customer bank, we have challenged you to rethink. We have propelled you towards rebuilding, and indeed, we can end the fact that we have desired to recover. For this big dream, therefore, the project on social impact, I dare to say, we are all one customer. I want to say welcome and thank you for your time. And I believe that this one big red ball with the small white one inside will bring us again together next year.
Yeah. So it's been an honor and a pleasure doing this with my colleague Ben, 200, half human, half amazing. Just before I introduce myself again, we also need to thank the exhibitors. We shouldn't forget them.
Yes, our exhibitors.
Yes.
And you can go and check your health tracker.
Health tracker on your way out. Go check your numbers. Not your bank account.
Yes.
Don't be
No, with the
afraid.
Sterling Bank people, you can check your account. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a wonderful time. All our speakers, there is a special message we need to pass to you at the green room. And those who pitched will also pass that message to you. We'll just go through here. For every other person, this is the time to explore Abuja. You can now go to Maraba. You can go any part of Abuja, there's no problem. You can go to Nyanya, yes. Ma, you have people in Nyanya. If you have flight this evening, don't go there.
So it's been an absolute pleasure having all of you in this room, and we'll see again next year, God willing, where we'll be able to talk about how far Rethink, Rebuild, and Recover has been accelerating growth for the SDGs. I am Nancy Nnaji. Have a fantastic evening. Bye for now.
Thank you very much. Our speakers, this is the way you go through. Our speakers and our panelists, and those who pitch pictures. Muna wait na main speakers pass. You want them to collect the money back. But we thank every other person. Thank you very much for your time, and God bless you.
Chers invités, mesdames et messieurs, nous vous remercions d'avoir patienté jusqu'à la fin de ce programme. Merci d'avoir participé d'une manière ou d'une autre. Nous remercions également tous nos partenaires stratégiques, nos partenaires d'affaires, nos partenaires techniques et nos partenaires de médias. Et nous voulons également remercier nos différents expositeurs. Nous remercions les moniteurs et monitrices, les membres de la discussion et les invités. Et ceci est la fin de ce programme. N'oubliez pas qu'à la sortie, vous pouvez vérifier vos numéros de compte, vos santé. Il y aura différents types de choses à vérifier. Donc, vous pouvez passer pour la vérification. Merci.
Thank you very much, Bianca, Christelle.
Nigeria Climate Innovation Center, Nigeria Economic Summit Group, Impact Investors Foundation, VFD Group, Giving, the Coca-Cola Company, Sterling, and Global Compact Network Nigeria. We would also like to thank each and every one of our special guests, speakers, delegates, and attendees. Thank you for your attendance, your time, your energy, and most importantly, your solutions. This is not the end of the summit, but the beginning of an impactful positive change to a better and stronger Africa. Thank you.